and be grateful. I'm grateful. Lots of memories made already on this stint, and we've still got tomorrow. Heather, thanks for joining us. Yeah, it is important, I think, to not just be chasing sightings all the time, to just stop and appreciate where you are and maybe why you're there. Beautiful sky.
The wilds of Africa are an inspiration. We hope this episode of Safari Catch Up gave you as much joy as it did us. We'll see you next time.
Of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Saturday SafariLIVE. My name is James Mungai, and on the cams is none other than Mumpo. Today we have Chris and Wendy at the governors, which is north of Masai Mara. We had a plan for the cats. This morning we saw a pride of lions, and actually I was to go look for some cubs, Sad River cubs. But here comes our none other than Nasieku. Nasieku has been here for 2 days. Kaidre, remember to interact with us, ask questions, and engage us on social media. For 2 days in a row, Nasieku has not been moving a lot. She has really slowed down. And we think that she's going to give us some New Year present. That is why we are checking on her each and every time. The last time she hunted was the day before yesterday, where she brought out a Thompson gazelle that she never ate much, and she has been hanging around here for 2 consecutive days. So we're anticipating that probably this evening or very early tomorrow, she needs some meal. She has been napping in the same area generally since 7 o'clock this morning. Fishtuya, we are very happy to have you on board, so you're welcome, and let's engage in 1 hour's time. Here we have Nasieku being in the shade. Actually, I can see that she's stretching a little bit. It's cooling down now. It has been really hot, 28 degrees in Celsius. I think that's the main reason that she has not been moving. She's very much on an uphill, and I can see plenty of gazelles. But meanwhile, I'll send you over to Chris and Wendy to say jambo to you.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christopher, and on cams I have Wendy. We are on the western side of Masai Mara, and our plan today is to look around what is happening on the plains. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a live and interactive session. We thank you and encourage you to send all your questions and comment as we mooch on the plains of Mara, which is already dotted with a few of the ungulates, the waterbuck, the Defasa waterbuck, the impala, and the rest of the plain antelopes. As you can see, most of them are actually carrying on horns. Yes, we have at least 3 species. Yes, Richard, it is quite big, but you can see the difference in the shape of the horns. Okay, but apparently all these 3 different species out here, they are males. Remember, the impalas, only the males will carry the horns. They belong to the Apesritoni tribe. We have the Fasa waterbuck, which belong to the Redunka tribe. Only the males have horns. And then we have the Topi, who is in the Alcelafini tribe of the antelopes. Both the males and the females have horns. However, the similarity between the waterbuck and the Topi is their reproduction or the breeding system. They all have what we call a lek, or they do lekking as the breeding system, where there is a congregation of males and the stronger one will take the middle or the center part, which will be the most preferred by the female in estrus. Also, the Topi and the waterbuck will prefer the floodplains and open grasslands, while the impalas are mixed feeders, so you find them in both the habitats. In the bushland, in the grassland, that's where we have the habitats for the impalas. And this, for the impala, this is what we call the bachelor's hut or the boys' club. In such type of associations or coexistence, you find that they all help one another. Benjamin, when it comes to the largest horns, on size, I think it's the buffalo because it's huge, but on length we have the kudus, especially the greater kudu, which has a 2 spiraled horn, or the horns are have 2 spirals. And then the lesser kudu, which we find them around this place, but they are browsers, so you find them deep into the bushland. They have 1.5 spiral horns. So mass-wise, the buffalo, but lengthwise, we have the greater kudu. So in this type of organization, we find that they will rather keep up together because they help one another to spot the predators. And somehow, due to their being close to one another, they learn each other's alarm call, and wherever one is spooked, it raises an alarm which draws attention to quite a number of them, and they will run away. But each and every one has got slightly different defensive mechanism. The waterbucks, because of the sebaceous glands, they emit these greasy fluids, which helps the water to their body to become waterproof. Jerome, not exactly. All of them have they evolved to have different breeding, because when you look at that, the mate selection is totally different from different species, and that is one of the reasons we have what you call reproductive isolation. They cannot pick each other's what we call cues, reproductive cues, and that's what separates them. So that has taken long to be identical, or to be separate and different from all the species. For instance, the impalas will have the breeding herd and the bachelor's herd. The Topis will prefer the lekking system, but they're also quite territorial. The same with the Fasa waterbucks. So the sebaceous glands in the defuser waterbuck produces that musky smell, which sometimes is a deterrent to the predators. And there is an assumption, I caught that, an assumption that the meat is not so preferred by the lions because it is watery and stinky. Not very sure about it, but at least from a distance you can hear the musky smell coming out of the sebaceous glands, which is kind of gives them that iconic smell. I will reposition shortly so that we can have a better look of the antelopes in the plains and all those other animals which are dotting the western side on the western side of Mara. But while I do that, I will hand over to James, who still has the cheetah.
Good luck, Chris, with the relocation and the waterbuck. With us here, Nasieku is still napping, but usually in the cheetah, they don't need a lot of time to jumpstart themselves. They usually wake up, and without stretching much, they can decide to go and hunt. So her sleeping, Nasieku, doesn't mean that it's going to take her long before she can give us quite some action. The fact that we understand she's pregnant, I think she's taking much more easy. Where we are, it's quite low-key. Maybe she has identified a location where she can give birth. And within 2 weeks, actually, we happen to see calves out of their birthplace within 15 days or even 20 days. Yeah, so within the locality here, there's nice hills. We have realized that there's not much hyenas as she's been hunting, and we still find the leftover. So the density of hyenas is not as much. That means she exactly knows what she's doing. Actually, we have some news that there's another cheetah that have given birth to calves. At the moment, the rangers are working hard following that cheetah every day. That does not justify the fact that cheetahs synchronize their births, like give birth at the same time. Probably it's going to be a coincidence. Yeah, so we need a big team. Julian, I agree with you. Nasieku is one of the prettiest cheetahs we have around here. But remember, she's quite juvenile. She's not very old. It's going to be her first litter. So we think that probably she's going to darken a little bit her coat, even though cheetahs are uniformly the same. It's only that from one national park, national reserve to another, they change the color. But at the moment, I can say that Nasieku is one of the lightest colored cheetah that we have around. Usually the spots are on the flanks, on the belly, usually mostly cats and other animals, even antelopes. They have a white belly. This is an adaptation whereby in the heat of the day, oh, she's showing the belly. In the heat of the day, they reflect back the heat, and that will save them, a lot of time to go drink water, as they have to stay hydrated. The cheetahs are known not to visit water quite regularly. They can take intervals of up to 10 days, as they get a lot of their food supply from the prey. Actually, they eat the parts that have a lot of blood and water contents. So they rarely visit water, but in case they come across any water, they just drink it. Not as much as many other cats, as their diet is not very big. They don't eat very much of big prey. They don't eat very old animals, as they don't hunt anything beyond their weight. Actually, they go mostly for Thompson gazelles, which account for over 70%. Meanwhile, I'll take you back to Nasieku, one of the best moments. I can see her closing the eyes. She doesn't get bothered much with the fries like we do see happen with the lions. Actually, I'm tongue-tied because when I was talking and Nasieku was lucky. She was waiting for the hour for the show to start, and actually immediately she went for this baby impala. Wow, this is wonderful. She's got the fastest skill that I've ever seen in cheetah. She has realized that it's not long before the night falls, and she doesn't want to lose this good, well-earned prey. She has been patient the whole day, and actually the other day she lost her kill to the pride of lions. Cheetahs, unlike the dogs, they are actually equipped with the muscles, and their hunting strategy is that they have to overtake the prey within 300 meters. At this time, their breath goes up from 0 to 150 times, so it usually drains them a lot. And in case they miss a kill, then they need a break of half an hour to recover. So the strategy is very tricky. Where we are, I think it's quite a nice terrain, whereby it's mixed up with the bushes and very much open spaces in between. Actually, there's a lot of Thompson gazelles, and Nasieku doesn't have to travel far to get one of them. Much of the research Jason, I would say that the similarities that the cats share is that they'll be having a dew crow, even though it doesn't show very much into the cheetah. But to be considered a cat, all the crows retreat back to the seed. And for the cheetah, it doesn't retract completely because they need some traction when they are going to hunt. Yeah, so claws is one of the similarities. They also purr. That means that they roar, or in case of the cheetah, they chirp. Yeah, so they make a contact call, and actually they are very much adapted to the savanna over here. The social structure for the cheetah is a bit different. Actually, the males born from the same litter can decide to hang around. Actually, the mothers give birth to the girls, like female young ones, and these female young ones will not move very far from the home range of the mother. So they share the same home range. But meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Chris.
Full name is Maxine Gaines. Best part of the job, gosh, I just love everything about guiding. I love love being able to observe animal behavior and animals behaving naturally. So for me, that's by far the best part of the job. And so what we do here at Wild Earth is develop those connections with the people that are viewing, and maybe just light a little spark that says, you know what, I want to be involved in protecting this ecosystem.
Look at this. Wow, that's amazing, everybody. We'll see you there. Oh, have a look at this. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words. This is unreal. This is what they call a shambi, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
Their bodies, but that adaptation of the bigger heart-shaped nose helps to make sure that at least they don't get too much, or the blood which goes into the brain does not really affect them that much. The other opposite part of the physiological adaptation and thermoregulation in the impala is slightly different. For the impalas, you can see they have a varied coloration from the lower side, which is white, and it becomes slightly darker, and then up on top, it's all darker colors. That is what we call counter shading. Now, for the impalas, how do they manage the body temperatures is totally different, because they've got what we call the rectapilla muscles, which will stand erecting the fur when it is very cold to provide more insulation. But when then they becomes, or it warms up, then the rectapilla muscles will relax, giving them that shining reflective coat, which is a physiological adaptation to manage the body temperatures. So you can see each and every of the species evolve different strategies to be able to fit in the ecosystem and to be able to fit in that ecological niche. Yes, Shen, those are some of the beautiful antelopes we have in the plains. They are very varied in their characteristics, in their behaviors, and in the physiological aspect, which enables them to perfectly fit in ecological niche with less competition, because that is what is important in any ecosystem. What role does each species play, okay, and how do they interact with the other ones? So, like for this case, you see all of them are grazing at the same time. They don't have direct competition, but they help one another to protect to protect or to defend themselves by the fact that they share the same predators, and these predators, once they come, they will alert one another and run away. But that is more of alert behavior. I don't expect it to be the same in different ecosystems. The topi we do see in this place is a sedentary male. The topi we see here is a sedentary male, so he's keeping within his territory. No, the waterbucks unfortunately they're not high springers or high jumpers like the impalas. They tend to gallop over a short period, and the best defense is swimming. So they don't go very far from where there is water. But otherwise, they also have those adaptations like I talked about, the hair in the neck, which also helps them to kind of deter the predation. But of course, the impalas will jump up to 2 meters high. And the reason why impalas will jump high, especially when they're spooked, is because in the process, then they will release the pheromones from the metatarsal glands, which will help them to regroup when the situation is worse, because they don't have such good eyesight. But and remember, those are the only antelopes which have the metatarsal glands. Okay, so high jump, kicking back is important for them. So the main predators of the impalas will be the cheetahs, the leopard, the lions, and because my friend has a cheetah on the other side, I hand over to James with the cheetah.
Thank you, Chris, for that Impala episode. I think one of the reasons the mortality rate of the cheetah cubs is that after giving birth, they don't lay them as much as the lions. They start moving around with the very, very young cubs. And in the heat of the day, especially in the open area, these cubs really get dehydrated. They die of starvation and they get predated on. So they are born bright, and within 10 days they open up their eyes, then they grow their teeth within 20-25 days. And at that moment, the cheetah mother starts moving them around and actually aids them by holding them at the back. It's very tricky for her to hunt, so she has to conceal them in a bush or tall grass area. But at such a moment, the grass is very short, so it can be very difficult for her to hardly the young ones. That's why we need the efforts of the rangers. The rangers have been doing a great job through the cheetah conservation. They do babysit the cubs and take care of them every day to make sure that the mother and the cubs are safe. I think out of that, we are having an increase in cheetah population. Even though now we have a problem with the limited habitat, their ranges are decreasing at some point. These animals, these cats were all spread out into Asia, but now they are confined into sub-Saharan Africa. So the ranges have really dramatically reduced. At the same time, the gene pool is very weak, whereby the cheetahs are interbreeding amongst themselves. So the young ones also die out of that. They are born really very weak. At birth, the cubs are also very much meant to match the latel or the honey badger. Actually, they mimic the honey badger, being black and white, and that keeps off a lot of cats or maybe fool them. Ken and Gal, I would say that the cheetah numbers are more or less around 100 cheetahs. We do have much more in Serengeti, but I would say that in total we are talking about 500 cheetahs. In the whole country, we do have 1,500 cheetahs. So their numbers are not increasing, not decreasing, but much efforts are needed to save this cat. I was anticipating that Nasieku is going to wake up. It's still very hot. But behind the hill over there, not very far, I would say probably less than a kilometer, that's where one of the other mother cheetah has gotten her cubs that were discovered a week ago. It means that this is the nice time. Hope that all the young ones in the Rita, I understand there are 4 of them. If we get 2 out of the 4, that's a really good thing. I think the biggest number of any cheetah family sighted was 9. That is in Serengeti. But usually we have 3 or 4 in Narita. That only one time here in Masai Mara, one very successful mother gave birth to 6, and she actually brought them up. Cheetah are considered to be one of the best mothers in the savannah, as within months they start training their young ones. They escort them to the hunting field, and actually they start chasing hares, half kill them, and let the young ones complete the job. Ben, I would say that yes, cheetahs do take a larger prey, but that will happen mostly with males in a coalition. The coalition can be 2 or 3. Actually, out of the statistics, all the males, 40% they live solo, singular. Then 41% live in a pair. Then the other 19% live in a trio, or that means 3 or 4. So when they are 4, like in some time here in Masai Mara 5 years ago, we had one famous coalition called Tano Bora, that means the Great 5. And these Great 5 used to bring down a topi or a baby zebra sometimes. So that much depends on the individual, whether it's a single or a coalition, and how big is the coalition. For Nasieku here, I think she'll have a boom. This is a nice time to give birth, as at the moment, a lot of Thompson gazelle that consist much of her diet, they'll be dropping babies within this month, and that can be really a big advantage to any newborn, or rather a mother who have given birth. Januaries are really good for this cheetah. Ronin, I would say that yes, I've seen cheetah climb trees. The other day, Nasieku went up a slanted down tree, not very high. It's a much of an adaptation. In areas where there is not much open plains, like Masai Mara, we do see especially cheetah cubs try to get, which is about 2 to 3 meters. They're not very good climbers, but they attempt to climb trees, avoiding danger at the same time, because when they come down and they actually break their egg, that will be the end of it. Like, cheetahs highly avoid any confrontation or any breaking any of their limbs. In this case, we don't see much of hearted cheetah, like we do see lions with the scars. Cheetahs really take care and take it easy. If in doubt, when they have a play, they leave it out. Oh, Nasieku is showing us inside of her mouth. She's turning around. She's a little queen. Now we can see the coat is much more darker behind, being exposed to the sun most of the time. A good idea when we identify cheetah from a leopard is cheetah is one finger, dots made out of one finger, where a leopard is rosettes, meaning that put 3 fingers together, then make dots out of that. So the dots form a circle. I think she's making herself more comfy. A week ago, I saw her eat grass. And eating grass in the cats means that, their stomach is a little bit not good, so they want to induce vomiting. So I saw her do that, and maybe that was my first time to see a cheetah eat grass, even though it wasn't a big mouthful. It's a very beautiful tail. Always cheetah have a white tip on their tail. This is what they use when they have cubs as they walk in tall grass. Parks, I would say that as long as they are 10 years old, they are still in good angle and speed. Recently, I think we had a cheetah by the name Nora. She was 13 years old, and she was having difficulties hunting. Actually, she used to abort the kill, meaning that she was trying to get a prey, but it escaped. So I think they are good as much as they are 10 to 11 years. very small head in relative to the body. The head actually with the open nostrils help them cool down. But meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Chris, who have found us an ostrich.
Yeah, James, don't worry. That's a sign of it waking up. While you got the fastest animal on land, I got the second fastest. This is the Maasai ostrich, Ostruthio camelus, but a female. They evolved to have strong limbs, which have claws at the end of it all for defense because they lost the power to fly. And these are what we call the ratatites, which are distributed on the planet in different continents. Each and every continent has its own ratatite. Ratatite means the flightless birds. When you go to the South America, we have the ree, we have ostrich in Africa, we have the crossories, the emu in the other parts of the continent. They have a keel and they have a lot of muscles. They still retain their wings, and the wings are important for different purposes. One of them is when they are running, it helps them to balance. Another point is to cool themselves, because they will flap the wings when it is very hot. As much as they will open the mouth to allow evaporative cooling, but the wings will also play a part. For ostriches, of course, they have to sit on their eggs, which takes a long period of time, at least 42 days. And the wings will help to insulate the body and also to have the optimum temperatures while they're incubating the eggs. So much is talked about their intelligence. They are not very intelligent, but you can see the morphological adaptation supersedes the intellectual part of it. The egg is pretty big, and they evolved to have that hard shell on the egg, which is about, which will weigh up to 1.5 kilos. And they will lay as many as 20 in one go or communal nesting. A Sasha, a fully grown ostrich, has a weight of about 150 kilos. So I believe the force put in that is too big even to dispatch the lions or lionesses, especially the lionesses, to the next world. They are strong kicks, and remember, it also has a claw at the end of the bigger toe. They only have 2 toes at the end of that powerful leg. However, the lions and the cheetahs will still remain the main predators of the ostriches. And while they're still nesting, the eggs are vulnerable to one species of vulture we call the Egyptian vulture, which is a tool-using vulture. It will pick up the rocks, fly with the rock, and drop it on the eggs to smash the hard shells, which can even withstand the weight of a person, an average person. When you look at the color differences, because ostriches have a clear sexual dimorphism, the males will be black and white, while the females will be brown. Arya, I believe, yes, because most of the time they're feeding on leaves, grasses. They're omnivores, and they'll feed on grasses, shoots. So in absence of water, you don't see them quite mostly drinking water. When it is not available, then the physiological adaptations will kick in. Remember, they do excrete, or the excrement, or the fecal matter. Remember, the excrement will also have concentrated urea, which means they do extract a lot of water through their physiological adaptation. So they can stay quite a long period without drinking water, simply because it is supplemented from what they feed on. If we look at it, it's actually opening the mouth. That is also one way of cooling themselves. It is still hot here in this side of Mara, so they open up to allow evaporative cooling in their inner part of their mouth. So the sexual dimorphism in the ostriches is important because when it comes to sitting on the eggs, both the male and the female will sit on the eggs at different times of the day, based on the coloration of the feathers. The female will sit on the eggs during the day, which gives an optimum temperature because it is hot and it is brown in color, so the eggs are well protected. Then at night, the male will sit on the eggs. Because of the dark coloration, it will hold some heat from the ground, because normally in the open savanna grassland it can be very chilly, especially after midnight. So the dark coloration helps to hold on to the heat being radiated from the ground and ensures that the eggs have optimum temperatures for successful incubation. I think having big eyes is important because they're always on the ground, and for them to be able to flee away, they need to see the predator first. So as much as people say the eyes are bigger than the brains, but they're very useful for them. Over to James with the cheetah, who has some more activities.
While Chris is watching the fastest bird on earth, we are watching the cheetah here. Actually, now she's up and she's becoming active, scanning around. Her big rounded pupils help her to scan and see very far. There she is, stretching. Unlike the leopard and lion that have vertical pupils, cheetahs are really made for the day. It has actually cooled down a little bit, and now she can move around. I'm sure she needs some food. And she has that tendency of killing in the evening, as they usually kill early morning or late evening when the other predators are not yet up. Like we discussed earlier, it doesn't take them long to warm up. They don't need a lot of coffee. I saw some Sauda, some young platy warthogs. She actually can go for that. But I think she prefers the Tommy that will keep her going. She's very much upwind from where she is, so she can easily approach the prey without being noticed. Yeah, she's getting really focused. Being alone, she's not easily spotted by the prey, unlike the lions that actually travel in a big pride, and when they have cubs, they have a problem with the prey detecting them. Wow, what a nice stretch there. It's the morning gym. As the muscles get stiff, she's been sleeping the whole day. She has to test her clothes whether they are still intact. And there she is. Amanda, she's not nervous. She has to actually scan around and make sure that there's no other predator around, like she left it this morning. It's just an insurance and to be on the safe side. I think she's spotting a little bit of a small harem, not many than 20 gazelles. Most of them are seated down. We never know. Anything can happen between now and 10 minutes. She actually makes her mind very quickly. Being alone, she makes her own decision without consulting any other. Sometimes in a pride, it's tricky because we have lions actually strategizing. They have a different advantage over each other. Some are stalkers, others are good at striking. But for the cheetah, she combines all, and she has no other one to consult. So whenever she's hungry, and she goes for it. She's calculating her moves. The other day we saw she changed her mind from the Thompson that escaped her, and she went for a read back. So she can as well be opportunist. Whatever comes her way, and she doesn't have to think twice. They are very fond of the termite mound, as it gives her very nice vantage point. So once they wake up, they usually use the termite mounds. They use the bushes a little bit for cover, but she doesn't mind getting closer to those Thompson gazelles. She's very sensitive. Actually, she doesn't have to use her nose as much as the lions because she's not very much good in picking the scent. I would say that the black marks that we call tear marks, being a day hunter, she needs to reduce the reflection of the sunlight into her eyes. And I think in human, when we play soccer or any other game, we do see people paint their under the eyes black. This is to minimize the sunlight and increase the vision. As we do have mostly nocturnal animals, not only the cats, also antelopes, like the waterbuck, they do have a white marking instead of black. That will increase the view. The back of the ears is also black. We call that for me sign, as all the cats, whenever they have cubs, they're walking in the tall grass, and the cubs will just keep a track of the mother. So animals have markings, not only for beauty, but also to enable them keep in a group or in a family. In the past, cheetahs have responded well. We had a lady by the name Joy Adamson. Actually, she studied cheetah a lot, as the husband, George Adamson, used to stay with the lion, and she rescued one of the cheetahs, northern part of the country. And cheetahs can as well be tamed as dogs. In history, they have been used as dogs for hunting. But nowadays, actually, it's not recommended. Over here, all animals are free. They eat when they can. They do keep themselves safe. Over the years, I think we are getting more and more cheetah. The problem now will be the range. As the population, human population is going up, so they are confined to the national parks. They don't do very well with the human. We do get leopards close to human without interference, but cheetahs actually avoid any human interaction. That's why they are much more plenty in Serengeti and Masai Mara. Meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Chris and enjoy the pigrets.
Yeah, that's a good sign. Standing on a vantage point to scan around is signs for good things to come for the cheetah. While here on the western side, we do have the warthogs. Quite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 piglets. These are shared between the two mothers. The warthogs will have quite a big litter, and they also have quite a short gestation period of at least 4 months. That shows these are selected population strategists, which produces quite a number of litters because they're quite vulnerable when they're still young. So at least a few of them will make it to adulthood. Pigs will belong to a Suidae family, and in our ecosystem we have at least 3 members of the Suidae family: the giant forest hog, the bush pig, and the warthog. The warthog is the only one which is diurnal, and you find it in the open savanna grassland.
Hello, I'm James Hendry, and I'd like to take you on a very different kind of safari through the wild heart of Madagascar. In Undersea, we'll track the Indri's eerie call through misty rainforest. Then it's east on to Masuala, where lemurs leap through the jungle, coral reefs glow beneath the waves, and adventure waits around every bend. Come, let's explore it together.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
Do you want to know why impala are the most common antelope we find here in the Kruger National Park? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE. Connect with nature. Look at this. Wow, that's amazing, everybody. Live. We'll see you there. Look at this. Wow, wow, wow.
I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
Unreal. This is what they call a shambi, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
Gives an indication to the babies to follow where the parents are. And the name comes from the warts, which is a protrusion on the face. In the males, they're very big, which helps them to protect the eyes and the vital organs when they're fighting. Remember, the Suidae family, these are non-ruminants. So with the Hippopotamidae, the Suidae and Hippopotamidae are artiodactylous or even-hoofed mammals which are non-ruminants. I will reposition slightly so that we can have a good look at them. Hapa, no, they cannot climb on obstacles. They can easily run into the burrows to escape or run to escape predation. But going into obstacles like on the tree is very difficult for them because they are hoofed. But they also have some good speed, quite fast when they mean to run away. And sometimes the fully grown males will, or the females with the canines, they will attack or they will turn back and attack. So with the type of the feeding they have, they can access very short grasses. The roots, which are very nutritious. And remember, sometimes during the drought, they can dig on the tubers. Most of the plants, during the drought, you find that the tubers are underground, the rhizomes are underground, and that is why with the snout, they are able to have some food when the conditions are not favorable. One of them is actually going into the burrow, as you can see, but over to James with the cheetah. You can see the
Thank you, Chris. Over here, Nasieku have changed her mind. I think she still have 2 hours of daylight. We do have a full moon, so actually, occasionally, cheetahs can hunt even when it's very late in the evening. She calculated her move and probably thought the gazelles are very close to the one wildebeest, so it's not a nice move for her. Cheetahs are usually very, very careful. They don't want to actually attempt and lose it. They'll rather wait until it's the right time. As using energy to hunt and they don't get the return, it really drains their whatever energy they have, as their breath goes up 150 times. So it's not worth it. So meanwhile, I think she had decided to take it easy, stay under the shade, and much of those gazelles probably they'll get closer by themselves. She's still upwind, so she has no problem. Now that she did her stretches, she's sure that everything is okay. She can wait. But every few minutes, she's rolling over, look aloud. Sometimes it's hard to, know what is in these animals' mind. We try to predict, but they know better. Nasieku stands out with the tear mark as it's broken on the mouth. This is a big advantage to anyone to understand that all the tear marks are one down stripe from the eye to the mouth, but for Nasieku, come to the mouth, both sides it's broken. So it's a very easy way to tell Nasieku from any other cheetah around. I like the way she's waving her ears, being very well groomed and no wound around her. Duckman lover, welcome. We really need your presence as it's Mara magic over here. I can say that Nasieku still has got a little bit of, she have a little bit of a mane. They keep these men until they are fully mature. And young ones are really, really heavily maned. Actually, we miss a lot of the young ones because they are fully camouflaged in tall grass. She's taking it easy. I think she has decided to wait until the sun is completely down. Meanwhile, this has been a cutter day. From this morning, we saw the Pride of Lions. Nasieku is there to keep us company. We hope that she gives us new ones very soon. Not forgetting the team and all the viewers. Thank you for being with us. From us here, bye-bye. See you tomorrow morning for the Mara Live. Asante sana.
Well, what a way to start Saturday Cataday with some cats. As you can see, we've got some 20 cats here on a screen coming in directly from the northern Usabi Sands on a beautiful property called Little Gowrie. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric. And behind the camera with me, we've got BK. And what a wonderful way to start this afternoon's sunset safari. And with some nice lions, as you can see. Some of the girls here at Treehouse Pan at the moment. We've seen 4 of them so far. There's 3 that's lying in the shade. And the 4th one is just behind us. I'm not sure what she's doing. But yeah, and it was amazing. Actually, they've been chasing a warthog around here this afternoon. So there's a warthog that is still running for dear life after, I think, 20 minutes ago. So that poor warthog doesn't want to be around here. But yeah. Now, this is live and this is interactive, so please send those comments and questions through for us this afternoon, and we'll see if we can answer as many as possible and keep you entertained on the world's largest safari vehicle. It's always nice to start off with some lions from the Nkuhuma Pride. It's quite amazing seeing them as actually hunting at this time of the day with this heat. Crazy. Anyway, well, we are gonna just see and see what they're gonna be up to. And then let's head over to Sandringham as Mr. Leon wants to say good afternoon to everybody.
Thank you, Cedric. Oh, nice to have those lions already. Well done. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Sandringham Private Game Reserve, where we are trying to ride our luck that we've been having with leopard. We've been so lucky with leopard the last few days, and I'm in the area where we saw one this morning, but no sign just yet. But we're going to be having a good look around this general area. There are a lot of marula trees. It's a good area for impala, and yeah, it's just fingers crossed and see what we come up with. Okay, while we explore and are optimistic and enthusiastic, we're going to send you over to James in the Mara. He's ready to say good afternoon.
It's a good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Masai Mara and Kewa. My name is James Mungai, and behind the cams is Mpo. We have been here with Nasieku. It's a really nice afternoon, whereby it's cooling down. Nasieku have been hanging around here for the whole day. Actually, she's limiting her movements now that we are aware she's expecting some cubs very soon. So she has identified her position. But meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Ben in Mabura to say hello.
Hello everybody, welcome to Mabula. Sounds like it's been an amazing start to the drive already. With cheetahs, we've got lions, but we can bring you some buffalo from Mabula as well. But hello everybody, my name is Ben. On camera I've got Bibo. We're out and about on Mabula Private Game Reserve. If you missed this morning, you missed a mixed emotions of what happened. We had to look at the unfortunate demise of that wildebeest in the water, as well as also watching the cheetahs hunt. Our plan for this afternoon is Bibo and I have lion envy. Everyone else keeps seeing lions, so we're going to go and have a look for Mabula's lions this afternoon, so cross fingers for that. But not a bad way to start. We have lion's favourite food. A lovely buffalo. This one on the right looks as if she is very pregnant, looking at how low her belly is being carried there. We haven't seen very many little buffalo calves, so maybe they're all coming a little bit late today, or this year, I should say. But let's head back up to the Mara and say good afternoon to James.
Hey Ben, I wish you all the best, my brother, with the Mabula Lions. My name is Christopher, and on cams I have Wendy. We are approaching Rekero from the western side of Mara this afternoon. The weather looks quite clear, some few clouds. Not positive if it's going to rain, but we will start with the beautiful Thompson gazelles, which are very common in the savannah. You don't find it mostly in the southern part of the equator, but in the Mara Serengeti ecosystem, they are quite predominant. Very iconic with the black stripes, the black tail, which is always swinging, and both the males and the females have horns. What we are seeing here, actually, this is a breeding herd, because there is one male who has very longer horns compared to the others. Now he is in charge of that. They will feed on the short grasses, shrubs and twigs, but they're very fast. They're quicker than most of the antelopes we have in the plains. They will do close to 70 or thereabout kilometers per hour. And their main predator will be the cheetah, because cheetah is adapted for speed, is built for speed, but these guys are also equally good in speed, and they can run away. Cedric 1 has the lions. Over to Cedric with the lions.
Well, everybody, looks like we just had a kill, yeah? This female just made a kill. We can't see what she killed. She just killed it behind the bush here where we were. It might be a baby warthog. Very possible. I think it's a baby warthog that she just took down. Wow. And we saw those warthogs running here from them just now, the two females, and they got, how many piglets? They had 3 piglets yesterday. And it was just one piglet that was running with them, so this must be one of the piglets here that's just been chewed upon by this female, and she just killed it. It was very quick. It was very quick. Even the other females are just behind here. They're not even interested in coming to grab this from her. Peace to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, well, it's not us that's rocking. It's these girls, these Nkuma females. Can you believe it? On a warm afternoon like this now, And yeah, you got them busy hunting warthogs. That is fantastic. And look, I mean, two of them have still got cubs. So, you know, they need to eat. They need to make sure that they can produce that milk for the little ones. But this female's eating this warthog all by herself. She is not going to share. Fortunately, this is the only spot we're going to get for now. And there was not even a squeal. Ooh. Amy, yeah. Oh, there's a big male lion watching us. A big male lion. He's coming. A big male lion now is coming. One of the Nzenga males. He's going to come past the treehouse. He's coming to the right of that treehouse. Here he comes. I think you heard the growling of this female when she grew, because we also heard it when she made the kill. We heard it. But sorry, everybody. I'm just going to go back. I don't want to be in between the two of them. Just, I'm going to go a little bit back. Okay, Beaks. Oh. Alright, let's follow. Looks like there's other females trying to follow here. Alright, sorry BK. Just have to bear with me because there's males coming in. Okay, she's got this kill now. Yeah. So he's going to come around. Here he comes. He's going to come around. He's going to try and steal it from her. He's running in very quickly. Get ready for the noise. Put up the ambient. It's going to be fantastic. Alright, there's other females. There's Peaks. He's going to try and listen to where is this female busy crunching. Yep, he's picked it up. He's going to come in. One of the Nzenga boys are the dominant males. And here he comes now. Let's listen. Yep, looks like he's not too... You can see where she is. He's not too interested. She's like right here. She's watching him. Well, maybe it looks like he's gonna leave her to a prize. Looks like all of them are going to leave her. Well, it's only a little warthog, so it's not going to be much. come next to us. Yeah, here it comes. Here it's coming now. It's just behind the bush there. So Lisa, there she is there. He's just there. Let's watch. Yeah, so Lisa, all the action for Saturday. This makes it Saturday cat today, doesn't it? Well, she is definitely not sharing with nobody. I think even this male has realized it's pointless. Yeah, sure, that is almost done. I think it's like maybe an ear and a snout that's left. All I can say is the other Nzingas are coming on the other side of the dam. Okay, we're going to go a bit forward. It looks like she's going to have this to herself, everybody. The other male's coming this side as well. Sorry, just so much happening here. Absolutely, all happening. Alright, so we're just going to quickly turn this side. Other boy's coming here. I'm sure she's not going to share. She's almost done with that kill. So what we're going to do, we're just going to hang back here. What do you think? Yeah. Alright, well, we got everything. We don't know which side to look. That's not fair. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. We just don't know where to look. It's all just males and females everywhere, yeah. Right, you'll see now. The boy's coming out. He'll make an appearance. There he is. The darker maned male. Is it the darker maned? Yeah, he's the one that's got the typical two-tone. The two-tone mane. He's just watching the females that's roaming around here on this clearing. Alright, I think I need to call it in. Yeah, station just got the Ngumas and the two Nzenga, Madora and Gala here on Treehouse Plan open. There's the lunging haunchies. It's amazing how quickly they pick up on that noise just by the female grabbing that warthog. It happened so quickly. I'm sure these guys heard that and they came straight here. Maesha, he looks amazing. He does. He does. Alright, I think this other... Oh, they're all both gone to lie down now. The female's still walking around there. So we've got the one female there. Girls are hungry. I think they are definitely looking for something to eat. That looks like sissy. It looks like difficult to say, but yeah. 2 notches on both ears. No, it's not. Now that is a female known as Mialani, formerly known as Ridge Nose's daughter. And then you got a little amber here that's also moving. So this female that you got on screen now, she's the one with one of the cubs out of the 6 cubs that's in the drainage line. And then we've got the next other few females. But yeah, it looks like they're all going for a nice drink now. But where are we going? Oh, let's go to James.
That was a very nice sighting, Cedric, with the lioness, very defensive. Nasia could have gone up a little bit on the termite mound. She's really focusing on a small harem of Thompson gazelles. I think she's determined to go after one of them. She's very much upstream. There's no much wind at the moment, actually. So she's upwind. She's in the perfect position for any hunting strategy. She's been rolling around. We do see cheetahs roll a lot whenever they're coming into heat. But I think she was doing that mostly for a few flies that were around her. She licked herself up. Naturally, cheetahs are very well groomed. They don't use the scent as much as the lions. Yeah, so they don't have a lot of bonding, especially when they meet. They just don't greet each other as much. So they are made much for solitary life rather than a pride or a group work. I think she likes Mpo here because every time she's looking at the camera. We usually use the cheek marks there. The spots on the cheeks are different pattern for each particular cheetah. But for Nasieku here, it's easy because of the tear mark. Very active. Her neck muscles can turn around. They are always aware about their surrounding. It's not easy to stay a solo life, but now she's going to get company. I hope that once she gets the cubs, and there will be a pair so they can play with each other. So we do see behaviors of cheetah change whenever they have more than one cubs. I know of one cheetah who has given birth to two, and one of them actually was killed by a leopard. And this mother has a difficult time because Debbie, this is the first time Nasieku is expecting. Actually, she's almost 3 years now. She's slightly above 2.5 years old. So we are really anticipating that she's going to be a very good mother, as good as beautiful she is. Yeah, so it's our first prayer that she's going to be a really good and careful mother. She was born out of Rita, 3 of them. They were all girls. And they parted ways. Yeah, so this is her first experience to be out there and having some cubs. This is a very nice terrain where she is. She has all she needs, very open ground, a few bushes, many termite mounds, 2 streams around, so it's a perfect place. And actually it has been attracting a lot of not only Thompson gazelles, but many other grazers. Sometimes it's a disadvantage when we have, in this case, we have a wildebeest next to the Thompson gazelles. Yesterday I saw some zebra next to the Thompson gazelle. This does not go well with the Nasieku because she just wants gazelles around because they become less sensitive. She has been making, I'd say, 5 kilometers distances for the last 2 weeks around the hills. Hannah, I agree with you. She's really gorgeous, Nasieku. And yeah, we are all wishing well for her. We cannot wait to see these newborn babies. They don't mind being on the hills. At the moment, she's been moving around the hills here. Not many lions.
Step into the exciting world of the original science. Next September, Master Tracker Renis Mhlongo and Wild Earth's Steve Falconbridge lead a spectacular safari through the Kruger, where you'll learn to identify tracks and then trail iconic big game on foot. Days are spent immersed in the field, evenings around the fire sharing stories, from the hair-raising to the hilarious. This is the ultimate wild immersion for the nature connoisseur.
Would you like to know the difference between a male and female wildebeest? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE and connect with nature.
Look at this. Wow, that's amazing, everybody.
We'll see you there.
Oh, have a look at this.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
Unreal.
This is what they call a shambi, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal, it kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
To join the other 6, so all 7 females here. You can see her bloody legs. The male's just following suit here. Well, she's slowly but surely coming to join the rest of the pride. Maybe she wants another snack. And now what will really throw a spanner in the works in this open clearing now is that herd of wildebeest that tend to come here with those 3 calves. They tend to move in this open area. There's also many times you'll get impalas on this open clearing, but clearly that is all missing at this point of time. But things can change up very quickly. Who do we have here? No, canine girl, when it still comes to food is food. The males will bully the ladies off the kills. They usually bully the females off the kills, no matter what. So we're going to show you the rest of the pride. The rest of them are just lying here. Oh yeah, no, definitely, Tina. If there's other lions that come in this side, it's going to be an absolute chaos, especially that the cubs are inside this drainage line here. 6 of the cubs. It'll be total mayhem. Well, it depends on which lions. If it's males, yeah, then it's then it's going to be crazy. Then you'll find the 2 Nzenga males. They will pretty much lead that dispute. Of course, followed by the females, and I've seen females assisting the males as well. If it's another pride, say for instance, Nsevu pride coming up north from the south, coming into this area, see the Nsevu pride's got youngsters of the Nzenga males as well. So will these Nzenga males protect? Possible, but it'll be pretty much the females and Kuma females that will definitely do a lot of protection when it comes to that. So, and especially I mean, I've seen Nkuhuma females before. I think it was like 2 years ago when Chilla had her cubs, and just before Chilla actually died. It was before she died and when the last sightings of her cubs, and we saw the Nkuhuma females actually all kind of ganging up against the Kambula males that were coming in, and these girls just not lay, but they kind of stood in a line and to make sure that those males weren't going to come any further closer to where Chile had the cubs. So it just shows you things like that. Sometimes it can be so interesting, and sometimes it can be brutal. I mean, I've seen lion fights. It is absolute brutal. We're going to see now another beautiful female approaching the rest of them. I'm going to duck and dive here. And she comes with the male. Alright, well, I think let's head over to Chris and the Mara. Oh, here he comes.
And we do have some impalas which are really running down the valley. They were actually the breeding herd, a very complete breeding herd which had one male, a number of females plus baby ones. They have all lined up into the bush. Remember, impalas can do well in the bushland and as well in the grassland. The number of the herd can be even up to 30, depending on the availability of food and the good territory. But the male in this breeding herd does not last very long, simply because it wears him out. Because when he's doing the mating, it wears him out because he has to watch around. There's no much of allo grooming, so quite a number of insects, and somehow he loses the power. So the turnover is always about 2 to 3 months, and then this position is taken over by another male. That's quite important because that encourages gene diversity. And inbreeding in one way or the other is avoided. They're running quite fast into the bush. I think the only one who we have at the moment is the male who has horns, nicely done horns. They do fight a lot for that position. So as our last impala is disappearing into the bush, I will hand you over to James on the other side with some more antelopes.
Thank you, Chris. Impalas are always very interesting. With us here is where Nasieku was thinking about coming to shop, meaning that this is what she's aiming. There's one wildebeest by himself. It's a solitary male on the edge of the harem of this Thompson gazelle. He's here for company, for safety, as it's safety in numbers. When I look at this harem of the Thompson gazelles, and I notice, oh, there's one back who has gone to chase the other. He spotted one back and he's not happy about it to get to the family. He's coming back soon. But I spotted that a lot of these mothers are expecting as much as Nasieku. They have spotted, actually the instincts have alerted them, and some of them have noticed that Nasieku is not very far. I can tell that with the way they are much more swinging their tail, much more faster. A few of them were focused on Nasieku's direction, so they are pretty much aware. But that will not stop them from eating. They will still have to continue with their life. Only that every few minutes they have to keep an eye. Thompson gazelles do migrate. We do get them in numbers. They occupy any short grass plains. They rarely, or rather they do avoid a place with a very tall grass. So at the moment they have been here for, I would say, a month, and they are making it their home. And actually that's what making Nasieku stick around here too. Jared, I agree with you. This is really nice to experience Masai Mara, especially at this moment when everything is happy. Oh, that's the buck going after one of the... Oh, it's really fast. It's really fast. I think that's a young boy he's chasing. Whenever the boys start growing up and misbehave, then the dominant buck, who has a longer horns, start chasing them away. Yeah, so this is really a nice time to experience the Mara, as everything is happy. In the evening, we do see these gazelles, mostly in the mornings. They do some exercise whereby they run after each other, as it's very important to be fit. That way, they can keep fit in case of any cheetah coming their way. They've been actually resting much of the time. Right now, every one of them is feeding. I noticed that early in the morning, they are all sleeping down. It's a very bright night, as we have a full moon the night before. Yeah, so they are taking this as an advantage, where it's now cooler. We can see up to 100 of these Thompson gazelles in a group. Though it's different harems that come together, they don't have much of a boarding. They just meet, graze together, then break away. When we talk about the tail, I think I saw one mother give birth some years back, and within 8 minutes, the baby had started standing up and also started wagging the tail within 8 minutes. So it's very hard to explain whether it's an instinct or they do it voluntarily. So Tommies are known to wave all the time, day long. Meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Leon and see whether he's successful with the leopard.
Welcome back. Some of you might recognize this tree. This is where we've seen the Timbiri female leopard a couple of times. We were kind of hoping that she might be there again. Leopards do often use the same trees again. She's not there now. But while we're here, I just want to show you where we are on the map. I think it was Shreyas who was asking this morning to have a look at the Sandringham map. So excuse me wearing my reading glasses. I need them on for now so that I can look at this map. Okay. Cam will need to... I'm just going to go off the dash because... There we go. Right. So, where we are right now is... Okay, sorry about my cap in the way. We are on this road, this long straightish one called Old Orpin Road, and we are east or northeast of the junction with Mangawana, right there. And that's where we've had a couple of sightings of the Timbiri female. The leopard that we saw this morning was remarkably close to this. It was just down there off Mangawana Road. So only a few hundred meters from where we are. But yeah, it's a different individual, which I think we should call Amy's leopard, because Amy saw it twice last year, and I don't know if it has any name anywhere else. But our general plan for this afternoon, now that we have worked this area a little bit for the leopard, is to go along the Malawan River Road. The Malawan River runs all the way there. Malawan Dam, okay, that's been slightly obliterated, 2 of the letters of Malawan Dam. But where we saw the lions this morning was round about there, sort of just north of the junction with Malawan Loop and Malawan Dam Road, or Malawan River Road. So that's the general area we're going to head into, conditions permitting. Okay. Lenny, I couldn't, and I wouldn't want to actually. There are a lot of roads here that I haven't driven at all yet, but to cover too much, the more ground you cover, the less you see in the end actually. The more time you spend working smaller areas, the more productive in my experience anyway. Some people like to cover all the roads, all the ground, but a lot of the roads are still too wet to use. Even the one we're going to be taking is a little on the wet side, but it's okay. Being the only vehicle out there, it's actually okay for now. So that's our plan. Go and see if we can find some lions along there.
Alrighty then everybody, well we still got the 2 boys and Zenga males. They are resting nicely here. It's nice, at least they've got their heads up, they're not like they're flat. So it looks very, very nice. They are making sure that their girls are all in line here, all protected. It is such a nice scene, absolute beautiful scene. And we're getting so used to this now. Nkuhumas and then Zengas. Lovely. It's amazing looking at all these females. Look how they lie down. Look at this. It's like a carpet of tawny cats. So the one on the far right hand side is of course the female. Actually the female that killed the little warthog. She's the one that lost her 3 little cubs now. Last day. In the last day due to hyenas. One or 2 other females still got suckle marks due to the 6 little cubs that's still around in the drainage line, not too far from where we are. And those little cubs are around about now 2 months old. So actually a little bit older now. They should be now. They were I worked out about 25th of October. So October, and November, and December. Yeah. Coming on to 2.5 months. Lovely. Unfortunately, we're not going to go and view them now. There's no female with them. We'll only go and view those cubs when there's a female with them. And you can understand this pride needs something substantial. 7 big girls, 2 big males. They need something like a good old buffalo that comes through here. Fortunately, that is also few and far between at the moment, with all the water and all the good grass throughout the greater Kruger National Park. So everything is so kind of spread out now. And for winter time it's more buffalo season for us this side. But something like maybe some wildebeest. And as well, a lot of baby impalas. Yes, Trevor, they do allo cycles, so the one female doesn't. That's why, look, put it this way, that's why many times you'll find females going into heat at the same time, in the same period. Due to, if the one female is struggling to produce any milk for some other reason, you know, not just that, but you know, maybe she might be at a kill and the other female coming back for her cubs, and then the cubs are together, and at least in the female's cubs can suckle from her. So they do allo suckling. It's also, and gives the cubs a better opportunity of survival. You can imagine if you have, now if you're a female leopard now, and you've got cubs and you're not producing milk, there's no chance for any, you know, survival of those cubs. So yeah. All right, let's head over to Ben.
We have indeed. Look at this glorious, glorious male lion here on Mabulla, Kalahari genes. Apologies, you can see a little bit of fence line there. They are on the northern fence line of the reserve. I think they were in the block, and it looks like they came out and had a drink in that puddle and have just decided to flop down on the road. But you can see one of the younger boys there. We've got here on Mabulla, the big male, we've got 2 lionesses, and then 7 youngsters who are all, as I understand it, not much beyond 2 years of age. And even these youngsters have got very, very established manes for sort of 2 or maybe 26 months or so of age, but may well be the genes from that massive mane of Dad. I don't think I've ever seen a lion with a more established mane than he does. It's enormous. It sort of doubles the size of his head. It looks like the lions are moving on. I'm not sure if they've seen anything. Can you see anything down there, Bibo? Ah, that's why. There's some impalas on the fence line as well. Looks like a little group of unsuspecting bachelor impalas are making their way along the fence. Now, obviously we would prefer not to show you a fence, but we can't control where the lions are going to be. But from a hunting perspective, if they were coming from the right-hand side of the screen, this would be a very good opportunity for them, using the fence as a safety net. But from here, they've got no real option but to loop around. I have no doubt these impalas are going to spot them very soon. You can see these youngsters, I think, are still not quite knowledgeable in terms of how best to approach a situation like this. I think the 2 females did go into the grass. I think they know what they're doing. But I'm amazed that these impalas haven't spotted them yet. They're normally hyper alert. And it's not like the lions are doing a particularly good job hiding. This is one of the reasons why, if young males do leave the pride or to the pride too struggle, 2 years for them.
Sorry, I don't think Ben has a little bit of issues there with the feed there, or the link, or the tick, or something's happening there. But it's alright, we are still here at Treehouse Pan with lions. It's lying. Now, a little bit of roly-poly and maybe a stretch or 2 from some of the females. I'm hoping that there might be a little bit of action coming this way. We shall see. Well, the action that we're getting now at the moment is, yeah, well look, they're quite fast asleep. Yeah. But I am going to try and follow up on Kuchaba and Rulani and them. I'm just listening to some of the guys. They're going to just quickly go to the area where they last left them, those leopards just to the east of Chitwa, hoping that they would have come west onto Chitwa. If so, then I am going to be leaving these lions and heading into that direction, and hopefully Elshapuku is going to be there with them. It might be a nice thing. Let's cross fingers and hold thumbs. Really, I think the thick remains from the males is just to, big reasons for that is first of all protecting the head, the neck area, the body, the chest area when they do have territorial battles, and male lion fights, warfare is way more worse compared to females. I'm not saying females aren't, it's just way more worse. Alright, so we're just going to quickly... Hi! I'm just getting a guy just to go past here. Hi there everybody, good afternoon, hello, yeah. And... sorry about this everybody, I just had to adjust a few things and we had to look somewhere else. Sometimes you have to say like, give him the blind eye. Yeah. Oh, yes, there's a leopard. I've got a leopard here. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muscles and Paw. Well, it is Feline Friday. Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh! Woo! This is action-packed. My full name is Cedric Leslie Dold. The best driver at Wild Earth, it is me. I believe I'm the best driver. I think so, because I've... best part of my job, I say, is just to try and look out for these animals, track them down. I love tracking animals. I love looking for, fresh tracks, and if you can find them, it's just at the moment of accomplishment. If I wasn't a presenter for Wild Earth, I would be the drummer for AC/DC.
Look at this.
Wow, that's amazing, everybody.
We'll see you there. Oh, have a look at this.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
Unreal. This is what they call a shambe, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
But getting back to the question from earlier about could I drive all the the roads on Sandringham in a day. I suppose if it was the dry season and my sole mission was to learn the roads, I possibly could have. I started first light and stayed out all day just driving the roads. Might cover nearly all of them. It should take longer than a day though, I would think. I don't know how many kilometers of road we have, but I would imagine it's probably somewhere around 100, which doesn't sound a lot. But yeah, it takes a while to get to know the area better, and as I suggested earlier, you don't see as much when you're trying to cover too much ground. You miss a lot. And you certainly miss watching stuff. You might see stuff, but if you don't stop, you're not watching it. So what's the point, really? Dale, yes, it is a beautiful reserve, and there are lots of roads I've not yet driven on it. I wouldn't be able to at the moment with it being as wet as it is. I think that Timbavati River should be crossable where we were earlier today. We'll probably cross it again tomorrow. There are some areas that I like exploring on that side. Anyway, we're going to send you back to James, who's got some elephants.
Good luck, Leon, with the roads. With us here we have the gentle giants. They are moving upstream. Around the Masai Mara we have a lot of streams with a lot of food. So they are spread out, hanging on these streams, feeding. Others are grazing. Most of them are taking branches. So they have become active. Actually, it's difficult for me to count them, but I think there are 15 of them. Masai Mara is known to have families in average 15 in one herd. These are savanna elephants or bush elephant. They are doing really well. In the country, we understand they are growing at 4% per year. We are seeing a lot of young calves in every herd of elephants. I think in the middle, coming out waving the ears, that's the matriarch, looks bigger to me. They have recently recovered from the prolonged drought. They lose weight and they become a bit skinny. Whoa, that's a young one there. Very pretty close to the mama. The elephants are born not very smart, but they copy a lot what their mothers are doing, what the other siblings are doing. I think she likes that part of the grass. She's already grazing. They like feeding around the bushes. There's much more tall grass, maybe more sweet, usually on termite mounds. The baby is so young that the tusks have not even showed up. I like the way they feed, like in a row, not interfering with each other. Very well organized. No, they're all coming together. I like the way the big one is in the middle and the other ones are paying back, forming a defensive circle. Megan, you're very right. There's those animals that really touch our feelings. I would say elephants, baboons. These are animals that have a lot of humor. We can tell when they are actually sad. So elephants are never boring to watch. I think they give us quite a lot of power, and that's why some communities actually highly value them. Even though here in Africa we actually value the elephants, yes, but we do fear him at the same time. They can become aggressive, especially the solitary bulls. So the young one is following the mother. Oh, it's passing through the berry. It's tiny baby. I think it's a couple of months old. Usually they are born with the very pink ears. We can see a big change. The tusks of elephants are getting shorter and smaller. They are losing a lot of minerals, and since that now they cannot migrate like they used to do before, then there's a big change on elephants' tusks. Not many of them are getting these very long tusks. Here in Africa, both cow and bull, male and female, possess horns, but we do have get deformities. Some of them never grow both of the tusks. Others grow the right or the left. I would say poaching is not a problem here in Masai Mara. What we get is a little bit of a snare. We do have occasionally young boys, they try to trap young gazelles or maybe zebra, and that way we come across elephants with snares on their trunk or their leg. But we do have a program through the Sheldrick organization in Nairobi. They said teams, especially here in the Mara, to do desnaring. Actually, they come and patrol the reserve and actually pick these snares. So apart from snaring, poaching is not a problem. I've come across probably a few elephants that have lost part of their trunk out of these snares, but it's not that major problem. Now they are feeding the whole night. They've started the activity. It's cooled down now, so they are foraging, eating whatever they can come across. At the moment, there's a lot of fresh grass, so they can do more grazing than taking branches. They like saving their teeth. They know that with the teeth, it limits their age, so they want to graze as much as they can after the rainy season. Meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Rion and see what he have for us out of the vehicle.
Well, you know, the more people you have on the vehicle, the more pairs of eyes to spot things. And Marcel spotted a tree with red fruit, and I thought, could it be? Could it be? And indeed it is. This is the sour plum. The Latin name is Ximenia caffra, Ximenia Caffra, Ximenia caffra. But there we go. It's about the size of an olive, or between an olive and a small plum size maybe. And there are lots of ants on them. I'm just going to take a bite and have a taste. They should pop out the skin quite easily. Oh. That is good. It's sour. That's delicious. Yay! On day 20. Finally, been searching Sandringham, hoping to find sour plums. And yeah, that's our first one. So I'm going to pick a few for our supper. Oh, that's good. Oh, it is sour though, makes your teeth go on edge. Yes, we are sorted for food for tonight. One each here. I'm going to suck that for ages, because I know... Denny, yeah, they're good, eh? And actually the nut, the kernel of this fruit, it's got a nut with almost almond sort of flavor. No, maybe not almond. Anyway, you open the tester of the seed and you've got a white interior nut, which is actually quite nice. But now I'm going to make Cam and Marcel eat these as well, because I did it and I'm enjoying it. I'd have to pick a few more.
They look like cherry tomato.
Yeah, about the size of a cherry tomato. A lot more flavor. You must remember where this tree is. Should have picked more. Yeah, got to leave some for the baboons though. Oh well, thank you very much, Marcel, for spotting that. I'm excited. Mouth is puckering a bit. Here we go, guys.
Okay.
One of the more flavoursome, when I say it's got the most intense flavour. Ah, okay. We're going to send you back to Ben, see what his lions are up to.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry you lost us before. The heavens have opened here at Babula, but we've still got our lions. They've moved along, thankfully, a little bit away from the fence line, and now just lying up in the long grass here. I think they're probably going to try and find some shelter soon, because it is starting to rain a little bit more heavily now. We're battening down the hatches best that we can. But it was an exciting start. A little bit of a disagreement going on. Okay, we're going to try and do something about finding some shelter. Let's send you over to Cedric quickly.
All right, everyone, as you can see, there's a tortoise approaching the line. And it's a leopard tortoise, and yeah. Oh, looks like that tortoise has just veered off. I thought it was going to come back to the back. Oh no, I think that tortoise is very clever. Luckily it's not coming towards the females. If that tortoise was coming towards the females, there is the one female here that loves killing tortoises. So yeah, luckily that tortoise has decided to veer off there. Sorry Jared, it was going that way, but clearly not at the end. Oh well. But apparently there is something else on its way here, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. It's going to happen maybe in the next another 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, that's it, Jared. The lion lives another day. That leopard tortoise was definitely stalking the lion, and they realized it was just too big to bring down, so I decided to rather move off. Well thought out there, tortoise, well thought out. Good decisions there. All right, well, from the lions, I think, yeah, in the northern Sabi Sands, let's head over to some other cats in the Mara.
Yes, we've had a luck this afternoon. It's been a while since we spotted any of the cheetahs. This is Lope. He's deep in a sleep, but he keeps on turning. Hopefully he will wake up and give us some good show. The cheetahs on this side are quite territorial. As James earlier mentioned, we don't have so many of them, but this is one of the males. Remember, previously we did see Ranger. This is Lope, he's towards the Rekero area. They do require a big territory, because the bigger the territory, the more chances of them getting a considerable good male. And they are always solitary. Occasionally, of course, we have seen them having coalitions, the male coalitions, which have proved to be one of success when it comes to hunting and also improving the gene diversity. The solid spots, the long tail, the non-retractile claws in the cheetahs and the tear marks lack of collarbone. Those are some of the physiological characteristics which have enabled them to be able to be speed machines. We did have the ostrich before, which is the second, but this is the fastest, which does at least 112 kilometers per hour. Yes, Brenda, it's a beautiful specimen, and I hope being a male, it's able to pass on the genes to the next generation. I find it to be very positive when we have more males, and if more males can participate in the mating, that in a way helps to improve and to widen the gene pool. So many other challenges for the cheetahs at the moment: habitat degradation, habitat loss, and competition from the other apex predators, which has really pushed them to the brink. But behaviorally, I think they're evolving to be utilizing more of the bush areas where they're targeting smaller mammals, easy to eat, quick to eat, because they don't eat leftovers. So
yeah, thanks, Chris. Excellent work on your cheetahs. Well, these lions are looking rather beautiful, lying in a field of, well, let's be honest, weeds, but it's still nice to have some colour. We've got some nidorellas, the little yellow flowers, and what I believe to be, from trying to identify it, something called cudweed, which is all of those white flowers. And you can see one of the young males lying up in the long grass here. The good news is that little rainstorm was very, very, very brief. It was maybe about 2 minutes of heavy rain, and that was about all we got, and it seems to have stopped for now at least. But I'm amazed with the size of these young boys. If so, from the information that I've got, these were born in December 2 years ago. So that is just over 2 years old, or about 2 years of age. And those are some of, say, the most established manes that I have seen on a 2-year-old male lion, that's for sure. But excellent genetics. Mother's Etosha lions, dad is a Kalahari lion, and so he has got one of the biggest manes that I've ever seen in any lions, much bigger than any low-felt lion that I've ever seen. Just shows the excellent genetics. And that big dark mane he's got, obviously that has been passed on to the next generation. And so, good time to have a little bit of a clean. We've had a quick shower. I love watching them clean their faces. They're obviously such big animals, but they are behaviourally, other than their social... Oh, okay. Sorry, Bebo's just giving me some information. There's some lions behind us, so I mustn't reverse. But they are, say, basically like your domestic cat, apart from the fact that they're an awful lot bigger and social. One or two other little differences in the throat in terms of the hyoid apparatus, which is how they roar, but just the way they clean themselves is exactly as your cat does at home. Licks the paw and then rubs it over the face like that. Always a nice little reminder that they are cats. And they still behave like cats. They're just an awful lot bigger, require an awful lot more food. And generally speaking, you don't want to pet them. Then having a good clean. If you've ever been licked by a domestic cat, you'll know how rough their tongues are. In lions, it's 10 times that. I can say I've never been licked by a lion, but that's what they say. They're almost like little knives on that tongue, and that is designed for literally stripping flesh from bone. But it also doubles as an excellent way to groom themselves and remove ticks and parasites and things. Capo, we don't do bushwalks, but I believe they do offer bushwalks on Mabulla. I've never walked into these lions, but I have walked into many lions over the years. I have done many walking safaris over the last 20 or so years. I have never had a serious incident with the lions. I've certainly had a few incidents whereby I may have to come back and maybe change my underwear because it is quite intimidating. But generally speaking, so lions on foot, unless you happen to be unfortunate enough to walk into a situation like mating lions or lions that are on a kill or defending that kill, more often than not, you should be okay as long as you abide by rule number 1, which is never run. If you run, you're going to trigger that chase response, and that's not something that you ever want to do. So generally speaking, you hold your ground, you try and give an air of confidence, and more often than not, the lions will know you're there before you know the lions are there. They will hear you, they will smell you, they will sense you. Remember, they see the world very, very differently from us. They're far more attuned, and what normally happens is they will stand up in the grass and face you, or you'll hear a growl, and that's when you slam on the brakes and try and figure out exactly what is going on, and then you very, very carefully, very slowly move back. And if you're met with any sort of aggression, you hold your ground again, and 99 times out of 100 you shouldn't have any issue, because we are not considered prey items. They are intrinsically afraid of people because we have hunted lions for thousands of years, so there's that genetic inherent fear of people. Particularly these youngsters, young lions like this, they're unlikely to have the confidence to actually follow through with any form of aggressive behavior. They'll certainly growl, but more often than not, they will run away. Jake, good question. It does look rough sometimes, doesn't it? But they've got very loose skin around the back of their neck. So remember that we know they've got big teeth, they've got incredibly strong jaws, but just like you, they can control how much pressure they bite with. So you can bite very softly, or you can bite very, very hard. Obviously they're not biting hard when they pick up their little ones. They just grab them by the scruff of the neck, not imparting a great amount of pressure. And the cubs, it's a sort of automatic response, kind of go limp. They go very relaxed, and they just allow themselves to be carried. But it does potentially look quite dangerous at times. Hyenas also do the same thing. In my experience, they're slightly less competent at it. I'm not saying they bite their youngsters, but you sometimes see hyenas carrying young ones by their legs, or pretty much whatever body part they can get hold of. But there's that sort of genetic inherent knowledge to know to grab the youngsters from behind the neck in that soft, loose skin. Well said, wildlife lady. Yeah, lions in a floral garden. It just gives a nice sort of added dimension, doesn't it? It's a nice dichotomy, a killing machine in a field of flowers. I don't think you'll be able to hear it. It's very soft, but I can actually hear the rasping sound of that tongue as it's going over the fur there. Just say, removing the annoying things like grass seeds. We have stuff here called spear grass, which it's sort of, what's the word I want? Like a threaded, like a screw. It actually helps to plant itself in the ground, but if that gets in the fur, and this happens with domestic dogs as well, it can actually burrow its way into the skin and cause some infection. So that tongue, not only very good for getting rid of potential parasites and ticks and things, oh, here comes the rain again, but also for removing seeds and other irritating little things. Right, it looks as if the rain's coming back, so we're going to send you over to James for a while.
Good luck, Ben, with the reins. With us here, Nasieku is advancing. He's getting closer to the harem of gazelles. In another 20 or so minutes, it's going to get dark. So she's positioning herself. I think she realized that the gazelles can spot her. And she's changing direction. Actually, cheetahs do that a lot. Once they are noticed by the prey, they kind of fool them by going away. Then they approach them from a different direction. And I think she's very determined now. Oh, she tripped over. She's determined, and that's what she's going to do, is approach the harem in a very different angle for them to thinking that, she has given up. She's still maintaining the direction of the wind, making sure that they cannot pick her scent. She has actually, for the last couple of days, been hunting late in the evening. And it's an adaptation that probably she has gotten into herself. Because the last time I saw her, she was hunting mostly in the morning. There she is, changing direction. You might think that she has given up, but I can tell her mind is focused to that harem. Joanne, it's very right. Cheetahs are really very, very smart. As they are solo hunters, they go alone. So actually they make their decision very fast, change their mind. So it's a very nice strategy I like in the cheetahs. It's like she wants to circle them from behind. In a moment, they might think, okay, she has given up, but that's not the case. She's expanding the angle, getting much more into bush area, so they lose focus of her. I can tell she's really active now. She's making sure that there's no other predator around, because she can easily bump into a pride of lions. So she's also very much aware about her surrounding. Meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Rion and see how he's doing with the lions.
Well, welcome back, lions, lions, lions. We are not far from where we saw, well, in fact, we're almost exactly at the position where we saw about 9 this morning. We saw at least 9, but we didn't see Pasanwari. He is now with them, and the old female is here too. The 2 black dam males which were here this morning have moved on. The sort of 4.5, 5-year-old males, they've gone. We did see their tracks heading towards where those sour plum hunters were. Maybe they're after sour plums themselves. But this is lovely to see. They're looking good. Not as full-bellied. They've processed a lot of that giraffe already. Nice to see this bit of maternal affection, mother grooming her cub there. Such a beautiful pride, actually, isn't it? Oh, she's being bothered by flies, slashing her tail up and down. Slapping it up and down, rather. Lots of busy tails and fly snapping going on at the moment. Snapping at them with their mouths. This is something which intrigues me. You see that lioness scratching behind her ear, and dogs do the same. When they scratch behind the ear, their tongue comes out, licking. I don't quite know what triggers that reaction. And have you ever found when you scratch your own dog behind the ear, it enjoys it so much and then starts licking like that? So far, we've had no deaths on this vehicle since consuming those sour plums, so we're feeling good. Rachel, yes. I haven't heard that description or expression but yeah, a carpet of lions.
I'm Ralph, and I'm taking you to Sibuya Game Reserve, which is one of the only game reserves in southern Africa accessed only by boat. We'll stay at the luxury forest camp overlooking the Kariga River with an abundance of bird life and animals grazing on the opposite bank. Luxury tented suites set in a riverine forest offers the perfect place for privacy and comfort. Join me on Sibuya and let's experience it together.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
I get to wake up every morning and go out there and look for cats. I get to create my everyday safari for myself. I grew up in the sort of central eastern suburbs of Johannesburg, fully qualified trails guide and a fully qualified nature conservationist. I love the wild places. I love being in the wilderness. It's probably one of the best jobs I've ever had and probably ever could have.
Look at this.
Wow, that's amazing, everybody.
We'll see you there. Look at this.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
Unreal. This is what they call a shambe, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
That she's around, and probably she's walking down to take it easy and wait for the dark, because as the dark approaches, then the gazelle will not have a good view. Then she goes for one of them. It's a really very late hour for cheetah to hunt, as right now is the time the hyenas are coming out. So wherever we have a high density of hyenas, it's not the best time to go for the kill. I can hear many animals snorting. The hartebeest is close by. So there's a lot of warning, not only gazelle to gazelle, but gazelle are picking it from the hartebeest as well. They assist each other. There she is. She's taking it easy. Simon, is very true. Hyenas actually can kill a cheetah. Even lions are known to kill a cheetah after he or she have a meal. They definitely don't like it, and they can actually kill and tear her apart. So she usually avoid confrontation, or generally avoid an area with high density of the hyenas and the lions. She's still running around one of the separated group of harem. Let's wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, I'm going to relocate and get closer. Yeah, this has been a very change of events, whereby Meanwhile, I'll send you over to Rion and enjoy the lion sighting.
Thanks for that, James, and wow, you had a bit of excitement there. Always nice to see a cheetah chase. And yeah, maybe unsuccessful. They do have a pretty good success rate. Mainly daytime, well, any time of day really. On one occasion, I saw a cheetah make a kill at about 8 o'clock at night, but it was a full moon and it was a very open area. Called a Steenbok, I think it was, yes. But that's pretty unusual. But yeah, full moon, it's amazing actually how light it is on a clear full moon night. At 8 o'clock, obviously the moon's not that high yet because it would have risen at sunset, but it was high enough to give enough light for that cheetah to hunt. Well, these lions are doing lion things, not very active, but so nice to see them, and so nice. I'm really, I can't stress sufficiently how happy I am to see how relaxed this pride has become, how habituated they've become. Mainly through the presence of our wild earth vehicles. Anyway, a big thank you to Alex Forbes for sponsoring our Sunset Safari. And I always think, and if I am to advise anyone on life, do invest wisely. Go on, plan your future when you're young enough. Secure it. So you can get to the bush and go to awesome places. So while you are young, most of you are much younger than me, go to invest.alexforbes.com and secure your future wisely. You don't get scenes too much more peaceful than this, do you? Looks like one of the adult lionesses that has just rolled over onto her back, 1 foot up. A couple of them in that position actually now. Maybe I should try that when I've eaten too much. Lie on my back with 1 foot up. Take the pressure off my more than ample stomach. Cam says if he puts his foot up, he'll break a light bulb. He's so tall. Okay, we're going to enjoy this scene for a little longer, not too much longer, but we're going to send you over to Cedric, see how peaceful the scene is there with his lions.
Oh wow, oh wow. Good luck on that, Leon. All right. And yeah, moving on swiftly. As you can see, these lions are pretty much all synchronized kind of turning. So they all now decided to turn to that side, and now and again they will turn all this way. So it's almost like synchronized swimming. Except the one in front is just doing it a little bit different. She definitely hasn't had enough practice with the rest of the pride. There you go, Leon. I'm sure Leon will love to lie down like that. Oh, where are they going to go from here? I'm sure some of them are going to go back into the drainage line. I was really hoping that's going to happen now very soon. And then I'll start moving back into the Molawati towards the cubbies. As I said, the 6 little cubs are inside there. So I'll have to display a little bit of patience here. Because there's nothing better than actually following the lines when they go back to the cubs, and when they start contact calling and the little ones come running out with excitement, knowing that mom is back. So we'll have to see what plays out here. Unfortunately, Kuchava, that leopardess, and her 2 youngsters are all inside of Chilo Plains and Koro, so they're still pretty much where they were this morning, but not too far from Chitwa property. So hopefully those leopards do come west. If they do come west, it won't take long for them to get this side. So I'm actually itching. I'm sorry, but I am actually itching just to quickly make a turn there, just in case. Yeah. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Do I stay with the lions, or should I go and try and follow up on Kuchava to see if she's going to cross? Especially now that the afternoon is getting much cooler now. What do you think, BK? Look, don't let me make that decision, because my decision will be one, and it'll be going to Kuchava to follow up there. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, maybe we'll take our chances and go that side. So Jared says he feels that we should go get it checked out. So if we do get back to these lines and they already made their way to the cubs and we can't go back there, so then we can just point fingers to Jared and blame Jared. Okay, there we go. Easy as that, eh? There we go. Oh, so finally some pressure off my shoulders. The weight has been lifted. All right, I think as they say in Afrikaans, die son trek water, meaning the sun pulls water. So the longer you sit and do nothing, the water disappears. Something like that. All right, let's go.
Yes, Michael. Okay. Copy of number 20 kilometer.
All right, off we go. Let's see if we're lucky, everybody. Let's see if we're lucky. As I said, we look at Jared, and Jared will be the one. Yep.
Welcome back. We were trying to just work our way slowly past these lions, and they have shown so little reaction, virtually none. They're just sleeping. I've pulled off the road to edge past them because they're quite close to the road, and I'm going to give them as wide a berth as possible, but they're so unconcerned. Even if we were 5 meters from them, they'd probably still be fine. Great to see. It's really great to see that. Notice the spots on the youngsters. They gradually fade. In males, they tend to fade completely by the time they're adult, but you'll find lionesses usually still have the spots on the inside of the legs. Don't ask me why. Well, you can ask me why, but then I'll tell you I don't know why the females lose them and the males don't. Sorry, other way around. Males lose them. Females tend to have them throughout their lives. They fade, but they don't disappear completely. That's Pasanwari's feet you're looking at on someone else's face. Lexi, are you referring to the color or the lightness in weight? I'm not quite sure what you're meaning. The paw pads look light. Yeah, perhaps you were looking at Passonoiris. Obviously he has less pigment. So if you look at his front paws there, they are relatively light color. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, that's no doubt what you were looking at. The others are much darker. They've got much more melanin in their bodies. They can sleep pretty deeply. But they would all wake up with a real start if I just put a foot out of the vehicle and scraped it on the ground. Obviously I won't do that. But I know they are totally comfortable with human voices, but human footfall or something walking nearby, they would hear that. It's not that they're not hearing me, but it's sound that they are blocking out as insignificant. Theo, the simple answer to that is very fast, but for a short while. It is estimated that they can run as fast as 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour. I don't know if anyone has ever accurately clocked that. They are a little slower than cheetah, leopard also. Lion, leopard and cheetah all have tremendous top speeds, but no real stamina. But yeah, it's estimated that up to 50 miles an hour perhaps. But they'll give up quickly. If they're chasing a warthog for 200 meters, they would give up if they haven't caught it after about 200 meters. Some seriously deep snoozing going on here. Well, speaking of different cats and hunting and speed, let's go to the fastest of them all with James.
We're done with that. Nasieko here have used a strategy I've never seen before, whereby she actually learned this harem into the bush area, made sure that she divided them, and that helps her stalk them closer. But she's not lucky yet. She's very alert. I hope that come night she'll be very successful, because definitely she needs a meal. In the last 2 days she has not eaten. Usually we believe that cheetah hunt in the open, but she did this intentionally, knowing that in front of the harem is a lot of bushes, and that increases her chances. At the moment, half of the group was left in the open. The rest of the group of the gazelles is all scattered. So I hope that they rejoin each other tonight or tomorrow morning. Then we'll continue from there, because I don't think that in a time, because there's so many other large animals, they are paying attention, she might change her strategy. But that is a very unique behavior. I've never seen that before. I can say that from where we initially found her sleeping, right now, it's Loxan, you're very right. This is a very beautiful location. It's not completely open. It's a lot of other scattered bushes that she can run around. So she's in a very nice area for the time being. Now she's walking down. She has to recover a little bit as she has been moving for the last half an hour. So she knows exactly what she's doing. So we hope that she finds herself dinner. All the zebras, they are shouting. Every other animal is making a noise. Nasieku have brought a commotion here. But that will not stop her from getting herself something to eat. I think the area these gazelles get their young ones, the better for her. Were there any young babies in that harem, she could have really gotten a chance. But right now, they are all adults. She's going down the valley. Now she will be coming out the other side where there's a lot of young hartebeest. And I don't think that she can attempt to bring down a big prey like a baby hartebeest. This is really cool to watch, even without the predator going after the prey, watching all these behaviors. Aizo, I agree with you. This is a terrain that we're not used to. It's a nice thing to watch a cheetah, not only in the open, but in contrast with the bushes. From where we are, it has started to drizzle a little bit. There's a passing crowd. Meanwhile, I'll relocate and see where Nasieku is heading to as I get closer to the camp. It's nice watching these behaviors, even though the cut is not successful, but we see the strategies, not all the time that we are lucky with a kill. Meanwhile, let me hand you over to Cedric and see what he has for us.
Nice, James. You got the cheetah, nice strategy as well. Oh, sorry, these biting flies, yeah. Oh. Yeah, nice having those cheetahs or cheetah.
Yeah, right.
Right, so we're still making our way that side. Still gonna go and try and see what's happening with if Kuchava or Rulani or Shapu comes over, and biting me on my side. You know, the funniest thing is, I've actually noticed. Turn this down. I've actually noticed, and again, if I've got these blue socks, my blue socks on. If I've got my blue socks on, the flies, they're attracted to my blue socks and they start biting. Any other socks? Nah, not as bad. But the blue socks. Now I wonder why. Now I'm just worried. It's like such a sore bite. I think it's his blue socks. There we go. So a little bit of an observation and a study done on the northern Sabi sand flies of 2026, as they are attracted to blue socks. Mark that one down. Alright, as we say, we're still getting on to the east. Ha! Yeah, Rachel, very true, very true. That's actually Rachel. That's actually interesting. I do have black and white socks. I do. Well, it's black and white, like white eagle and black background, but it's all black and white. So zebra socks, and apparently with the zebra, well, that's one of the big reasons or studies with zebra is that the black and white stripes, it actually deters flies. I think it's like some kind of fly, and parasites and flies, biting flies. So that is an interesting study. So there we go. BK, black and white socks. All right, well, I'm gonna quickly hide my blue socks away. Let's head over to Ben. Ah.
I think zebra socks is the way forward, Cedric, definitely. We have left those lions. The weather here in Mabulla has taken a fairly chaotic turn. It's actually not raining at the moment, but these are some of the most hectic clouds that I have seen for a long time. We've seen some nice thunder clouds and things, but the sky is black over there. Look how dark that is. That is cloud basically touching the ground. And we're just trying to figure out which direction it's going, but if I look up at the clouds above me, they are literally swirling. I feel like I'm in Middle America or something, and watching a tornado forming. It's actually incredible, and whilst it looks good on the camera, when you've got the 360-degree view that we've got from sitting very close to it, I was asked the other day how scary it is to be out in a proper thunderstorm. And it is. Look at this cloud heading straight towards us here. It looks like a low-flying UFO. Look at this white cloud is coming straight towards us. It looks like an Imperial starship out of Star Wars coming towards us, just like only a few meters above the ground. It's actually incredible. I can't remember the last time I've seen clouds like this. We've seen various lightning strikes. It's got all those, it looks like crazy hair. There was some lightning. You just saw some cloud to cloud in the background. Worryingly, this cloud is coming straight towards us, this little one that suggests that the entire storm cell is also heading towards us. So we are hedging our bets and heading sort of towards the lodge, just in case we need to take cover very quickly. The wind is also blowing from the direction of that, but very, very blustery here. Which is to be expected. Big area of low pressure and the high pressure rushing to fill the low pressure.
Join me at Mabulla Private Game Reserve from the 10th until the 15th of March 2026 for an exclusive 5 nights for only 6 guests here in the natural, relaxed environment. Explore South Africa's finest reserve here in the Waterberg and enjoy the wildlife and the diverse landscape. Wow, that's amazing, everybody.
We'll see you there. Oh, have a look at this.
Wow, wow, wow.
I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
It's unreal. This is what they call a shambe, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
Good luck, Ben. I hope you get back dry. Well, we managed to squeeze past the lions without even waking them. Well, some of them opened an eye a little bit. But I don't think this giraffe's going to wake up. No hope for it. We've come to what they killed on New Year's Eve night, or in the early hours of New Year's Day. This is the crime scene where the giraffe was killed. And here we've got, looks like one of the front legs. Much eaten off. There's virtually nothing left on those bones. And here's the head. And you can see plenty of maggots. Look at this. Look at all those maggots. I hope none of you are squeamish. None of you is squeamish. Well, if you are, just look somewhere else. Go and make some coffee. So obviously the flies laid their eggs and the maggots hatch so quickly. And that's actually a very good food source for creatures like the hooded vulture. They'll eat those maggots. And one of the reasons I wanted to come back to the carcass was to see if we could see what giraffe it was. And it is a male. Youngish male, I would say. He wasn't full size. We could see from the size of the carcass on the ground. But here you can see the ossicones thick, little bald on top, well, baldish on top. Susie, yes, that's just a seething mass, isn't it? The smell is not pleasant. It's not too bad just yet, though. There's not too much left that can be very smelly. Let me just walk across to the rib cage. Oh, swarms of flies coming off there. But the ribs picked pretty much clean by the vultures. What else is there left? I'm not handling anything, but here's the hair from the tail. Miles, it doesn't take long for the maggots to metamorphose into flies. Probably just a matter of a few days. It's a very quick metabolic process. I mean, not metabolic, metamorphosis. Well, I'm tempted to see what those maggots look like under the microscope, but I don't really feel like handling them. So, anyway, while we contemplate what we're going to do next, we're going to let you look at a highlight of when we came upon this kill on New Year's Day in the morning. Well, look at those reflections, and look what we found. Oh my goodness. A very dirty looking Passanwari at the back there, healthy looking but very dirty. And they've got a giraffe carcass, youngish giraffe carcass, right on the road. Wow. I wonder when it was killed. Must have been during the night or early hours of this morning. That heavy rain was around about 3 o'clock this morning. And yeah, we were looking at the muddy footprints. I was looking at giraffe footprints and Cam said, well, there it is. But yes, wow, what a way to start 2026. The porcupine quill is quite a useful pointer, isn't it? And this is not a pointer, this is the handle of my high lift jack. Why do you think I would be carrying that with me when I'm wandering around a crime scene like this? Well, just in case one of the criminals sneaked up on me. But we're going to send you to Ben, who's found a cheetah. There's that lift, she's just...
Well, so much for us trying to get to some cover. It hasn't started raining yet, but we've just bumped into two very fat cheetah that were giving us a little bit of a roadblock. We were going to head towards the general direction of the lodge, but we've become waylaid. We just need a leopard now, and we've had a blinding afternoon here at Mabulla. These are the two cheetah we had this morning who were hunting. They failed in their hunt, but looking at the size of their bellies, they have been successful at some point during the day, because they've definitely eaten quite a lot. Right, Biba, shall we try and get to the other side? Okay, we're just going to try and move. But yeah, they were just walking down the road in front of us. We were taking this road because it sort of takes us in the general direction of potential safety. But I'm still not sure what this rain is doing. I think it may just miss us, which is a real relief, having seen the state of the sky. But what this does mean is it's a great time for the predators to be out and about. There's noise, it's playing havoc with things' ability to see danger coming, it's messing with their ability to be able to predict or to smell and to see. Alright, let's have a little look-see here. We're actually up by the airstrip here on Mabulla. So yeah, this is actually great hunting weather. They are sort of, look at those great big bellies. They've had a good meal at some point during the day. Evidently they weren't put off by their failed attempt that we saw this morning, but that was pretty spectacular, I have to say, watching those cheetah go through the undergrowth after that young wildebeest. And yeah, kudos to the mother wildebeest for saving her offspring there. Again, sorry for the sort of habitation in the background. Close to the airstrip here there is a little building. But anywhere is a perfectly good area to scent mark against. If these rains do come, these cheetahs will have to come out and scent mark again. Okay, we actually have a highlight of that hunt this morning, so let's watch that quickly. Some of these wildebeest are now moving in the general direction of these cheetahs. That's why the behaviour has changed. But it says he's got no cover. But as far as I can tell, he hasn't been spotted yet. But it's a bunch of adult wildebeest in the front. There are some calves milling around, but none of them are really close enough yet, I don't think, to justify an attack. I'm just saying they've actually got their backs to the cheetah, so now would be a good time actually to go for it, I would. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at Mum doing a great job. Oh, I think Mum ran sufficient interference. It looks like the youngster escaped. Wow, how amazing was that? Okay, we're just trying to maneuver a position here. It looks like our hopes to not get rain may not have worked. It's beginning to drizzle again now. We've had some thunder and some lightning over the last minute or two. You can see the rain coming. But these cheetahs won't care. Although I think if it absolutely belts down, they will try and find themselves some cover. 73, so I'm just live at the moment, but mobile towards Marks Road with Junction Quaff Highway. I think there's one approaching. Standby point can be diagonal.
Copy that, thank you very much. I'll let our starting get closer, thank you.
But yeah, I don't know what they got, but there's so much food around at the moment, with young wildebeest, young impalas, young warthogs, but that's a lot more than a baby warthog, that's for sure. Yo, here comes the rain! Okay. just going to pop out in front of us. Alright, I'm going to park under this tree here. I'll give us a huge flash of lightning. Mandy, yeah, cheetahs in the rain. We can... I'm guessing you guys heard that. You can... yeah, I've lost my train of thought. Cheetahs in the rain, indeed, but we can live with cheetahs in the rain. Any cheetah is a good cheetah. Okay, we, I think, are going to have to try and find some cover. We're going to send you over to Leon whilst we look after ourselves.
Well, Ben, do take care out there and get back safely. Yeah, I think you need... It sounded like a very dramatic scene. Talking about dramatic scenes, the scene we're about to show you, not exactly dramatic, but if you're squeamish, maybe look away. I'm just going to show you the maggots under the microscope. Aren't they beautiful? Very much alive. Very busy. I just put them on a leaf. I haven't touched them. I just used a little stick to put them onto a leaf. And there they go. You can understand why lots of creatures would want to eat these. They're just so succulent and juicy looking, aren't they? Yeah, there's almost a bit of a rhythm to this movement, isn't there? Huh. But they are starting to move all over the place, so I think I'm going to release them. I don't want to touch them. Most of them are still on the leaf, and I'm going to put them back in the wild where they belong. Tanya, I think it does depend to some extent on conditions. I'm not sure exactly, but I would say in a couple of days there are flies already. The hotter and the more humid it seems, the more quickly they develop. But yeah, flies' eggs hatch into maggots unbelievably quickly. I mean, this kill was made on New Year's Day. The eggs were laid, they're already maggots. A couple more days, maybe even tomorrow afternoon they'd be flies. It's tremendously quick. Tremendously quick. I'm going to switch off the microscope camera and let's have a look back at the scene over there where they belong. So this giraffe did not die for nothing. He's fed how many lions? At least 15 probably, because we saw these 13. The 2 black dam males were around. Who knows what else? How many vultures?
Alright, so heading slowly there. Unfortunately, Kachaba and Rolani and Shibuku and them are seen and still on Cheetah Plain Koro side. So, yeah, we're going back to the lions, and it is that time of the evening anyway. This is a nice time because it's now getting darker, it's getting cooler. The lions are going to get more active now, so I'm going to head that side. We might get some action. So we've got to see. Let's go and see.
Ja, als je dan een meeting is, magazine way, station and dock, station 1.
Monica, yeah, these lions are the Nkuma lions. You're asking who? Well, yeah, these are Nkuma lions. Oh, I don't know. Was Monica asking? Sorry, Jared, what was Monica asking if these are Nkuma lions? Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, the Nku. No. All right, Jared, thank you. Yeah. Looks like they are ready for a hunt, or maybe they'll hunt for tonight. You never know. Oh, last day tomorrow, then I shall be off. I'll be off for 2 months. I'll be back again in the beginning of March. But in February I've got 2 private safaris happening for Wild Earth travel in Valgevonden, so I'm looking forward to that. For my two trips that side. And then I'll be back here again in the beginning of March. So tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon I shall be focused on one thing and one thing only, and that will be some rosettes. Yes, indeed.
I'll take the front lead. Awesome, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm a bit there, so I'm getting there slowly.
Alright, so we are approaching where the lions are. Let's see, pretty much here on this open clearing up. Looks like they're still there. Looks like them 2 males, the heads are up. The females are gone. Are they? No, they're still there. Yeah, just shows you how, look how they lie flat. It almost looks like there's nothing, but they're all still here. I shall park just so like this, huh? Taxi lady, yeah, I'm gonna miss this. That's one thing. For 2 months away from all these beautiful characters, oh, you know, that's one thing. That's what I mainly miss. And the cam-ops. Directors, but the cam-ops definitely, and our characters, the animal characters, yeah, definitely gonna miss that for the 2 months. No, I'm sure I'll miss directors as well. Alright, looks like still flat, but the one male's up and about that side, so I don't want to see. He's yawning. We're going to sit here, I'm sure hopefully they start roaring. If that does happen, he'll come straight back to PK and myself. But for now, let's head over to Sandringham with Leon.
Well, that was just a pair of knobble ducks flying in over Molawan Dam, and they disturbed some Egyptian geese. And quite a bit of bird life around here. We saw a fish eagle come in fairly hot. That's a vulture, white-backed vulture up there. But the dam itself is full. It's looking great. We were here yesterday evening and it looked very dirty. It seems to have become a little less muddy, the water. Okay, we are somewhat above it. We haven't gone onto the wall of the dam. We're just at the sort of approach from the southeastern side, I suppose. Yeah, southeastern side. Those maggots were very happy to be released. They said, "Thank you, Wild Earth, for releasing us." And tomorrow, the next day, they're going to be horrible flies bothering us. Well, I hope Ben gets home safely, and that sounds like quite a dramatic storm up there at Mabula. We will possibly get wet this evening, but maybe not before we get home, so that's fine. So I think Steve's got quite a busy time coming up next year. Couple of safaris, and one of them, which I'm quite envious of, is the Zimbabwe and Botswana safari. So you're going to be at Camp Wange, and then also going over to Victoria Falls, and then a helicopter flight over the Delta, the Okavango Delta. That sounds like an absolutely awesome trip to do. So if you want to join that, I suggest you go to Wild Earth Travel and see what's available. It's how many guests are? That's from the 12th to the 21st of September. So a nice long trip. And maximum of 6 guests, so very nice and private. There's a Zambezi sunset cruise. Oh, I'm so envious. That's an awesome trip to do. This is the spillway of Malawan Dam. Not as much overflow as we saw yesterday at Big Dam. Obviously that dam with the Timbavati River having been in big flood, that dam was overflowing very strongly. This one hasn't. It is spilling, so it's more than 100% full. And it was here that on the 16th of December we saw our first leopard of the stint. But it sounds like there could be some activity from Cedric's lions soon, so we're going to send you over there. Maybe even some roaring. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Alright, so yeah, lions just resting. The other one is got the head up, but we'll get to him now. Just see if we can get a better position here. But slowly but surely some of the lions are starting to groom themselves. You can see the male grooming himself, getting ready for the evening. So what I'm actually hoping for here is that we get them roaring. It'll be interesting because usually when the males will start roaring, you'll find like the females will actually join in. Sometimes it will join in with the males, just to kind of make sure that all other lions in the vicinity know that there is judge. Well, as you can see, it's still lying down this way. It's getting up. Shanice, no, not at all. No, it looks like there's a lot of effort. Oh, he winked at us. It looks like there's a lot of effort when it comes to roaring, but it's not. No, not at all. It's us, like it's the same as us talking. Well, it depends on some people. For them to talk, it's a lot of effort, but some not. You know. So, no, lions roaring, no problem. Really letting it out. Really kind of proclaiming this area, just saying, listen, we are here. if you want to come and challenge us, well, that's why they'll roar together. They'll all kind of say, well, you're not going to just challenge one. And especially the younger nomadic males that tend to roam around looking for an area. All of a sudden they will avoid this when they hear these boys roar. And I just love it. It's just so deep. And the vocals are amazing. It's actually like a membrane, and in the membrane of the vocal cords, in the membrane, they've got like a cartilage inside, and when they set themselves up to roar, they almost kind of stretch the membrane, and when they let the air flow over that membrane, the cartilage shakes and gives them that real kind of noise to it. And it's the same as a leopard. When a leopard soars, same situation. Those are very deep. Noise must travel. No, he's gone flat now. Well, it looks like one or two of the females are starting to... No, it's always mostly the males. Usually the males will start calling. They're the main ones. They're the ones that want to say this is their territory. Because remember, in their territory they've got the females. So it's usually the males that'll really roar. Look, it's not all the time that the females will join. Sometimes you get one or two that'll join. Sometimes none of them. You can see the one female busy grooming herself now. Now that's a female known as Siseka, so she's the female that lost the 3 little cubbies now. You can see still full of milk with unfortunately no cubs, so but she can still help the other females' cubs, so the other females' cubs can now suckle from her. I mean, she hasn't got cubs anymore, so unfortunately her cubs were killed by hyenas, not last night but the night before, and they came in here during the storm while these girls were out far north hunting and doing their thing, and she left her 3 cubs under a fallen over tree. And during that night a clan of hyenas seemed to pull in there and picked up on the scent of those cubs and got in there and killed the 3 of them. And then she returned last night or this morning. She returned back again, not knowing what happened. And while we weren't there when she came back, that would have been quite interesting to see her reaction. But clearly she realized that her cubs were taken. Well, she's the only one that had a meal this afternoon. She was the one that actually caught the little warty, the baby warthog. She's just cleaning herself, cleaning all that blood that was on the inside of her legs. Yeah, safari buddies, it is sad, but I mean, it's a circle of life, at the end of the day. That's why, that what makes the Greater Kruger National Park so amazing, is that no matter what, we don't have to worry about the culling or anything like that when it comes to predators. They do it themselves, they look after their own numbers. And that's just, it's so well when it comes to self-sustaining numbers of predators in the Greater Kruger Park. Now remember, the Greater Kruger Park is 2.2 million hectares. It is absolutely huge. It's a huge park. And they do their own thing. So predators versus predators. Sometimes it could even be a baboon. If a baboon comes past there and he sees little cubs like that, fortunately baboons are like that. Big alpha male will go there and kill the cubs.
let's go and take a look. See you out there.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
Best sighting I've presented. I found myself with wild dogs. We chased the dogs around, chased them around. They ate an impala. We got the end of that. Then another impala went into Gowrie Dam down the road there, and the wild dogs went around. Eventually the impala came close to the bank. One wild dog went and grabbed it and then just pulled it out and just did what wild dogs do. It was an emotional experience, but it was very, very special.
Look at this. Wow, that's amazing, everybody.
Live.
We'll see you there. Oh, have a look at this.
Wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
This is unreal. This is what they call a shambe, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
And the reaction or response to the roar can vary. It can be one of a few things. One response would be to roar back and come towards the roaring. One could be to be silent and turn tail and run the other way. If the lions fear the ones that have been roaring or don't want to encounter them, they might just turn and go away in a different direction. Or they could even just ignore it completely. So depending on what their intentions are. But we won't stay long with these, looking at the level of activity or lack thereof at the moment, and knowing the distance to get to the area of where the leopard sightings have been. But yeah, it's been a fun session. And now I'm happy to know what the giraffe was that they killed, that it was a youngish male. Just for statistical record keeping, really, we do keep a sightings record of what we've seen in terms of predators here on Sandringham and if they have killed something. Okay, we're going to leave these lions to sleep and meander towards where we plan to go. So we'll send you back to the Sabi Sand, see what Cedric's lions are up to.
Right, as you can see, we're still here with these beautiful lions here in the northern Sabi Sands on Little Gowrie. And we're still with the two Nzenga males. And one at the back end just sniffing the air. Lifting the head up, lifting the nose up, sniffing the air. What they usually do sometimes like that when they're sniffing the air, they're just trying to work out, they pick up on a scent of something, and then they start figuring out what do they want to do now for tonight. Maybe picking up on the scent of some buffalo, maybe some other kind of prey around here. Oh, the one female's getting up. I wonder if she's now not going to go back to her cubs. Looks like it might be Mialani, formerly known as Ridge Nose's daughter. can see that milk pouch. So yeah, so as you can see, she's just busy marking a little bit there. But exactly where she's going to go now, she's going to go maybe towards the male, or maybe just lie down. Okay, don't worry. Yeah. Okay, got that one wrong. But she's now the thorn between the two roses. And the two roses are the two males. They look like roses. Leah, it all depends. I mean, sometimes I don't know why. Leah, you know, I've got not a clue what's going to be the longest. I've seen a lioness that's going to be away from the cubs. It also depends on the ages of the cubs. So the older the cubs get, sometimes the females tend to, you know, leave them at a spot for a little bit longer, a few days. Look, it won't go for more than a week. That's just pushing it now. So maybe like 3-4 days, and then they'll come back again. Unfortunately, there was 3 older cubs that was with this pride. The first 3 cubs, they should have been by now 4 months, I think. It started off as 4 cubs from one of the females, from a female known as Sissy, formerly known as Amber 2. And what happened is one cub disappeared. She ended up with 3, and they were getting big. I mean, we really had some fantastic sightings of those little cubs. And eventually they came back up this side, and for some reason, the day I saw them, they looked thin, and they were left alone pretty much in one area north of us, and never to be seen again. The females ended up going into Juma with the other cubs, the 2-month-old cubs, the ones that's in the drainage line currently, without those 3 older cubs. And that's it. So never to be seen again. No one's got any clue what happened to them. So it's just going to be speculation on all sides. And it's just one of those things. It looks like they're looking at something. And then you got the female with 3 younger cubs that she just moved away from the rest. She's now lying a little bit separate. Also sick up. And some people say, but why are we naming all the lions, every individual? The big thing for naming every individual is so for us to understand the dynamics in the pride itself. No, not just the dynamics of prides, from pride to pride. Now we're starting to understand the dynamics inside the pride, and who's who, and who's going to have cubs, who didn't have cubs, who's about to have cubs, things like that. Who likes to lead a hunt. So, it becomes quite interesting. It's the same as like if you look at a football team. And you've got a football team, you like to know who's your striker, you like to know who's your defender, your wingers, your goalkeeper. So for me it's always this, it's a story about this pride. All getting up now. Starting to greet one another. A little bit of grooming. Always keeping the bond strong between all the individuals. So many times you see the neck and head rubbing. But that's fine. She'll flop over like that now, but she's awake now. This is like they are pretty much starting to get a little bit of a bit of energy in their body to get going for the night. Jackson 7. There's 7 members. Excluding the cubs. I'm not going to include cubs at the moment. I'll start including cubs, and we can say that's the entire pride. Once they get a little bit older, and when you know that they're a little bit more in the safer zone on not getting killed by other predators. And you can see some of them also, they've had something last night, and I think it was on Jimacam that they went to go and grabbed an impala. Now, impala will go not far with this pride. We'll fill their bellies a little bit. Each one will get a little bit, if they're lucky. But when you're looking at something more substantial, then it looks, oh, these pale eyes. She's just beautiful. So she's the oldest out of all of them. And you can see those eyes. And if I'm not mistaken now, she should be 9 or 10 years old. She's the eldest out of all 7. And beautiful females. And the lioness will get up to about 16 years old, 16, 17 years old. The oldest I saw was with a beautiful female known as Gorgie from the Styx Pride. And she got to about 17. So she got to... Oh. The males get a little bit younger. They won't get as old as females. When you're looking at a male's life expectancy, maybe get to about 15. So yeah. All right. Well, we're going to sit here hoping to get. We've got 20 minutes, 25 minutes left. Hopefully, we get some roars out of these males. But yeah, for the time being, let's head back to Leon in Sandringham.
Thanks, Cedric. When you mentioned the Styx Pride, that really brings back memories. In my early days at Malo Malo, that was the pride we saw the most. I know in recent years they kind of diminished into a fairly small pride, not doing very well, and they were no longer holding a territory. But it seems they are back in good strength now and big numbers, and I think they are spending quite a lot of time on Malo Malo again. Excuse me wearing these plastic glasses just against the bugs, you know, this time of the day. You don't want a bug getting in your eye. But yeah, lion dynamics, it's fascinating, and habits and getting active. There was one pride which we called the Charleston Pride. You'd find them at this time of the day and think, oh, they must be getting active soon. And you wait for them and they just sleep. Stay with them till 8 o'clock or whatever, they're still sleeping. And then go and follow up on them the next morning, thinking, well, surely they've moved. And they'd still be sleeping, same place. But then during the day, late morning, they would go hunting. And they would go hunting specifically in the sand riverbed, in the reeds. And they caught a lot of big kudu and occasional buffalo by daytime hunting of animals that came to drink. So yeah, different prides have different specialities and habits. We're heading fairly steadily towards Old Orpin Road again, so we can go and follow up in the area of those leopard sightings, in the hope that we might get lucky again for one more last minute leopard. Wouldn't that be amazing? Can't believe the leopard luck we've had at Sandringham the last little while. Sandy, I agree with you, and if I go on a safari, a private guided safari or whatever, I normally take several pairs so that all the guests on my vehicle, if they haven't brought their own, I can at least lend them a pair, because to get a horrible bug in your eye, especially these little stinky black ones, I think it's one of the ground beetles. They've been very abundant this summer with this wet rainy season we've had. If you get one of those in your eye, it can be very, very painful and uncomfortable, and it can actually make you pretty ill. I had a friend who was guiding at Kirkman's camp in the old days who got one in his eye, and it went right, it seemed like to the back of his eyeball almost, maybe not that bad, but he nearly lost his eye and he had terrible fever for days. He should have gone to a doctor straight away, but I think he left it a bit late. Anyway, he's fine. But you can't underestimate the importance of protection against the sun. I always put sunscreen on, and against bugs.
Alright, so all the females are getting going, they're already getting up and moving from next to us, and yeah, looks like they're on the go. And the next one, she looks a little bit sore, that front left foot. A little amber. Come girl, you got to follow. They're all moving. We're just watching for the two boys to follow now as well. There we go. And it's the one boy. He's getting up. Stretch. Oh, say. Looks like general direction is they're going to be heading east towards Chitwa side. Maybe not towards Chitwa Dam. Maybe BK and myself will be hearing these lions calling tonight. They're heading into that direction. Coming straight towards us. Look at this. Oh. Okay, here he comes. Oh, he's going to pass right past me. This is going to be amazing. I just want to stroke his mane. But I won't do that. Hello. Yo. Yeah. Yo. Yo. Yeah, and there he goes. I don't know. Here comes the next one. Alright, so I'm going to let the other guys start coming in here before they do cross over. So we're going to do a last little walk by. Okay, he's just done made the wrong turn there. That's fine. And let the next standbys in. But we've had the perfect sighting with them this afternoon. He's going to go behind the vehicle. Maybe look a little bit tentative on that right front paw of his. Maybe he got a little bit of a sore. Just very slightly, nothing. Maybe a bit stiff. Okay, now he's going to come for BK. Yeah, BK, are you ready? Chewy, chewy. And but he's a beautiful boy. Oh, yes, but this guy's beautiful. Simon, yeah, what a specimen. I mean, absolutely marvelous. All right, well, that's him going past, as you can see on that side. There he goes. we are going to move away and get the other guys coming into the sighting. Stand by 1, make your way. They are heading up towards 47. And look at that. Beautiful sunset to end that lion sighting. Alright, let's head over to Leon.
Doing a sunset there. Well, nice to end that lion sighting with a beautiful sunset like that. We're taking a little bit slow drive now along the stretch of road because we're getting to that area. Checking all the marula trees and other big trees near the road, both sides, just in the hope that we might have some kind of a rosetted beast for you again. I never had, one of the things I had on my mind when coming to Sandringham, make a list of a lot of things you want to see or share with guests or viewers during this stint. And one of them was evidence of a leopard. I thought, look, I did once see a leopard in a previous stint here, a big male. I thought, don't have unrealistic expectations and think you might see another leopard. So I thought evidence of a leopard would be nice, leopard tracks or something. Well, wow, we've been beyond surprised and blessed with what we have seen in terms of those cats. One of the things on the list was lions eating something. We've certainly had that with a giraffe kill. David, without a doubt there are leopards in Sandringham that come and go that we haven't met or encountered. Leopards are so secretive and they can exist in an area without ever being seen. So I have no doubt, and I often wonder how many times we've driven past a leopard that has seen us that we haven't seen. If a leopard doesn't want to be seen, it just needs to put its head down. If it's lying in the grass, you could drive right past it. And we know that the Timbiri female has had a habit of coming out of a tree if she's in a tree when we first encounter her. So always, if you think a tree might be a likely one, we're coming past Cam's tree. Can we show Cam's tree quickly there? I'm just going to show you the tree which we are now calling Cam's tree. We were there earlier today, and yeah, that's the one where we've seen Timbiri female a few times. We're kind of hoping she might have been there again, but not expectantly. We're not at all disappointed that she isn't there. It would have been a little bit too much coincidence, or too lucky if she'd been there again. Beautiful marula tree, and very easy to climb for a leopard, and yeah, a perfect tree. Okay, we're going to send you to a highlight of a leopard leaving a tree this morning, but if it was this morning, it wasn't her. It was actually the other female, which I think we should call Amy's female. It was a different tree, not far from here, maybe a few hundred meters from here. And we can thank those elephants for this sighting, because if we'd not seen the elephants and turned down this road, we would have probably continued along Old Orpin Road. But wow, couldn't have wished for more. From this position and this angle, she does look smaller than the Timbiri female that we've been seeing, but I'm pretty sure it is her. Unless it's a youngster. Well, it's not a male. I saw that quite clearly. It is a female. I can now just see its tail tip. That was a special moment indeed this morning. We were both very thrilled, and I know our viewers too. So you can see we've now got the infrared light on, just going slowly past Leon's tree, where, yeah, there's nothing in there at the moment. But it's funny, isn't it, how we do that. Once we've seen something in a spot, you always remember that spot and always say, well, that's where that happened.
My full name is Mpho Muthusi Tikani. I grew up in Soweto. My first animal that I filmed said the dog. Okay, no, it's my first animal that I filmed, I think it was an impala. Best sighting ever, I would say it was actually this year, 2024. But it was this Cedric when we had Mulwati and TP on a warthog kill. I think we have to cut it.
Look at this. Wow, that's amazing, everybody. We'll see you there. Oh, have a look at this.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to look. This is too astounding for words.
This is unreal. This is what they call a shambe, a family, a whole herd of elephants.
Nature is just everything.
We will be extending the show by a few minutes.
A fascinating animal that kind of draws people to it.
We'll see you out on the safari.
Lots of memories made already on this stint, and we've still got tomorrow. Heather, thanks for joining us. Yeah, it is important, I think, to not just be chasing sightings all the time, to just stop and appreciate where you are and maybe why you're there. Beautiful sky. And it's at moments like this that sometimes while you're stopping just listening, you hear a leopard calling or a lion roaring. Cedric's on the move, so let's send you back there, see what he comes across in the last few minutes.
Alright, so on Chitwa now. We left the lock of those lions. They are heading east. Unfortunately, it's a huge lineup for all those lions, so we let it be. So yeah. But let's see what has in store for tomorrow. I mean, for us for tomorrow. I think hopefully some rosettes. Hopefully Kachava, Rulani and Chipuku comes over into Chitwa tomorrow morning or tonight. And we can try and track them down tomorrow morning. So that is definitely a plan of action. Let's see if we can get those rosettes before the end of this weekend. Oh, lovely. ML, yeah, no, Cat Today has lived up to the Saturday Cat Today Safari. I fully agree, ML. Almost called you KL. ML. Yes. All perfect, great way to end the Saturday. And then tonight is some T20 cricket, I think. I don't know who's playing. It's always nice to watch a little bit of T20. It's like a 20 over cricket, if you're not familiar with it. It's a little bit of sport when I get back tonight. Yep, it's a new day, it's a new year. So all the things are changing up again, all the new sports or new competitions are going to be going up again. Oh, some nice waterbuck here. I'm just going to stop here for a little bit. Some nice male waterbuck on the open clearing. Look at those three boys. Aren't they impressive? 4. A little one in the background. Oh, it's Pretoria against Durban. With the cricket. Oh, I saw Johannesburg beat Durban the other day. So yep, very nice. Always nice to end off the drive with some form of animal, and it's always nice to see these beautiful antelope just resting, taking it easy, hoping that those lions aren't going to make their way into this area to disturb their rest here in this long grass. Oh, there's another one to the left. There's a whole lot. I think they're like that bachelor herd that we keep on seeing around here. I think there's about 7 or 8 of them together. Making sure, once again, on a nice open clearing like this, at least I can see around and not going to be surprised by anything. So yeah, all looking at different directions. But yes, I just want to say thank you so much for jumping on board the world's largest safari vehicle, and thank you so much for all the comments and questions that everybody has sent through to us this afternoon on this lovely sunset safari. It has been absolutely perfect, and I'm hoping that this is going to continue tomorrow morning. But yes, from BK, from the rest of the crew that's out in the field, from the Wild Earth team as well, all over the show, our directors and producers and tech and all of them, we just want to say thank you so much for joining us, and please make sure that you jump on board once again for tomorrow morning's sunrise safari. It is tomorrow, Sunday, fun day. So let's see what fun we can have out in the bush. See you tomorrow morning. Goodbye.
Hello, this is Safari Catch-Up, your speedy, punchy look at the last day in the wilds of Africa.